Today we have to start the configuration, and I think you have taken the printout of this material and it is ready with you. See, as a part of configuration, first we have to map the enterprise structure or the organizational structure of your client company into SAP. Actually, Roni, I don't have your mail ID. That's why I did not send you. So I will let you know my mail ID, right? Then just to testimonial me, I will send the material today after the class. And one more thing, Satya said that you are looking for simple finance, right? As for HANA simple finance. Okay. So here for learning as for HANA simple finance, first you have to learn FICO. Without learning FICO, you cannot learn as for HANA simple finance. That's why if you want to start your career in SAP, first you have to start with the FICO. Without FICO, it's not at all possible to learn as for HANA simple finance. Okay. Thinking that I think you did not send me the mail. Okay. So please send me the mail today after the class. I will send you the material to you. Okay, Roni? And if you have any questions at the end of the class, you can discuss with me. Okay, Roni? Okay. Now, see here, as a part of the configuration, first we have to start with the company. If you see the step number 1.1, company. So what is company? First we have to understand the meaning of company in SAP. So here, see, you take any company. Every company will have some number of departments, some number of plants, and some number of branches, and so on. So these are called organizational units in the company. And one organizational unit is linked with the other organizational unit in some way or the other way. I'm coming. See, here, every company will have some number of organizational units like branches, manufacturing plants, then departments, etc., etc. So these are called organizational units in the company. And one organizational unit is linked with the other organizational unit in some way or the other way. So this relation is called enterprise structure or organizational structure. So this enterprise structure is separate for every module. For FI, a separate enterprise structure is there. For separate enterprise structure is there. SD, PP, HR, like that. For each module, it will have its own enterprise structure. In the real time, the respective functional consultants will create the enterprise structure for the respective modules. A FI consultant will create the FI enterprise structure, and consultant will create the enterprise structure, CO consultant will create CO enterprise structure, and so on. So here our module is FICO, and in FICO first we start with FI. So once FI is completed, we start with CO. So the main purpose of FI means financial accounting. So the main purpose of financial accounting module is to prepare the financial statements, that is profit and loss account and balance sheet. So the main purpose of financial accounting is to prepare the P&L account and balance sheet according to the legal requirements of the country in which we are doing the business. So that is the main purpose of financial accounting component. Now, from the viewpoint of preparing P&L account and balance sheet, you take any company in the world, right? You have at the top, you have the group. One second. So you take any company in the world for the purpose of preparing financial statements. At the top, you have the group. So group means you will have some number of individual companies. So like individual company 1 and individual company 2. It seems that somebody has. Chandrasekhar, can you please mute yourself? Yeah, thank you. So group means it will have some number of individual companies. For example, individual company 1, individual company 2, individual company 3, individual company 4, and so on. So a group can have any number of individual companies. So every individual company may be carrying on business in different geographical areas. Like for example, individual company 1 is carrying on business in Washington, California, New York. Then individual company 2 is also carrying on business in Washington, California, New York, New Jersey, Houston, etc. etc. So this is the general enterprise structure for any company in the world for the purpose of preparing financial statements. It is very important for the purpose of preparing financial statements only. Now, if you translate this general enterprise structure into real time, let us say group means GE group. So here the assumption is the GE group of companies have purchased the SAP software from SAP company. Now it wants to use in its business. So we are going to configure as a FI consultant, we are going to configure this FICO software to the GE group of companies. Now, under the GE group, you have some number of individual companies like GE Infotech Incorporation, GE Paper Mills Incorporation, GE Real Estate Incorporation, GE Technologies Incorporation. Like that, a GE group may have any number of individual companies. Now, this GE Infotech Incorporation is carrying on business in Washington, California. Then GE Paper Mills Inc. Incorporation is also carrying on business in Washington, New York, New Jersey, California, etc. So this is the real enterprise structure for GE group of companies for the purpose of preparing financial statements. Now you have to translate this enterprise structure into SAP. So group is always called company in SAP. Group is always called company in SAP. And these individual companies are called company codes in SAP. Then the geographical areas in which the company codes are carrying on business are called business areas. So here company code and business areas are called organizational units in financial accounting. So as a starting point of configuration, the FI consultant has to create a company code and business area. So what is the meaning of the company now? As I said, company always represents group. So at the company level, we can prepare the consolidated financial statements. Consolidated financial statements means some of the financial statements of GE Infotech Incorporation and GE Paper Mills Incorporation. That is called consolidated financial statements. So the definition of company is purely optional. Definition means creation. In the normal terminology, we call it as creation, but in SAP terminology, that is called definition. So the definition of company is purely optional because here, please remember one point. If any reporting is legally required, that is mandatory. But if any reporting is required according to will and wish of the management, then that is called optional. So in any country, there is no any legal requirement that we have to prepare and present the financial statements at the group level. It's not legally required. But if the group management wants to know the consolidated financial status, then only we have to create a company. That is the meaning of the company. So for each object, here company is called one object. Means at the time of creating company, we have to give one identification. So that identification can contain up to 6 characters, and it is alphanumeric. So alphanumeric means we can use numbers, characters, and combination of both. and a company can have any number of company codes. Logically speaking, company represents group. Group can have any number of individual companies. Individual companies means company codes. So that is the meaning of the company. So here, mapping the enterprise structure into SAP means creating the organization units of your client company in SAP. That is called mapping the client enterprise structure into SAP. So that is the meaning of the company. So I explained this company, right? Then this explanation is documented in your notes. Company. I have written this explanation in your notes. Company represents the group. It contains up to 6 characters. It is alphanumeric. The definition of company is optional. A company can have any number of company codes. So that's how every concept, first I will explain with the help of the presentation. Then after that, that explanation is documented here in the notes. Now you have to create the company. So for that, first we have to log into SAP. See here, some of you I have provided SAP access, right? Others did not mail me whether I don't know whether they have installed SAP GUI or not, right? So if you have installed SAP GUI, please mail me. I will send you your username and password today. Okay. So we have to log into SAP servers now. For that, double click on SAP logon icon, and this is the server we require. Select the server, click on login button, and client is 800. User is, I am entering my user ID Lakshman, and I am entering my password. Then English, logon language English. So click on enter. After entering all this information, you just click on enter. Now you have logged into SAP. Okay. Now, in order to create the company, we have to access one screen. So for that screen, I have given the path here, and this is the transaction code. So you can use either path or transaction code. You can use either path or transaction code. Now, here we are going to cover the consultant training and the end user training in our classes. So as a consultant, first we develop some settings. After settings are developed, we post some transactions as a end user. Then we will see the output, we will see the reports, everything. Now, how do we know which activity we are performing as a consultant and which activity we are performing as an end user? See, I will tell you one rule, right? For any screen, if the path starts with the SPRO, for any screen, if the path starts with the SPRO, then you can take it granted that that is the job of the consultant. Because SPRO is the transaction code for IMG screen. And yesterday I told you that IMG screen is completely used by consultants. I hope it's clear. So for any screen, if the path starts with the SPRO, that is the job of the consultant. And if the path starts with something else other than SPRO, that is the job of the end user. That's how we can remember, right? Now, so SPRO is the transaction code for IMG screen. Okay. So the transaction code is always to be entered in the command area of SAP Easy Access. And we are in SAP Easy Access only. And this is the command area. So here you just enter SPRO, then click on enter. So SPRO always implies clicking on SAP reference IMG also. This is SAP reference IMG. Click on this. Now you have logged into IMG screen. After SPRO, we have enterprise structure. So this is called enterprise structure folder. You just click on this. Then that is opened into subfolders. Now, after enterprise structure, we have definition. This is the definition subfolder. Click on this. So after definition, if you see the material, financial accounting is there. So this is the financial accounting subfolder. Click on this. So after financial accounting, we have defined company, right? So this is defined company. So against the defined company, you are noticing one clock-like symbol, right? This clock-like symbol is called execute symbol. So whenever you notice the clock-like symbol, after that there is no path. You have to click on that clock-like symbol. So define company. Now, already some companies were created in this system by some other students, already old students. Now we are going to create a new company. So in our class, I am going to take you throughout the total accounting process in SAP. Then at the end of FI, I will show you the balance sheet and P&L account. So here we are going to create a new company. For that purpose, if you see the material, click on new entries. This is called new entries button. Now, in order to create the company, we need to provide some information here. And these fields I have typed in your material. These fields I have typed in material, right? So every day in the class, you have to write something against these fields, right? So for the company, we have to give an identification, right? That identification can be anything. Means it is also alphanumeric. So company name is equal to 3366 LG. See, you have to write it now in your material. Company is equal to 3366 LG. It is the identification for the company. Company is equal to 3366 LG. You have to write it in the material now. Company name is equal to LG group of companies. You have to write it like this now. Company name is equal to LG group of companies. Now, city is equal to yes, these are the financial statements, right? That is P&L account and balance sheet. So these financial statements are to be submitted to register of companies. In India, I'm talking register of companies. Then stock exchange boards, because if you are a listed member in the stock exchange, you have to submit your financial statements to the stock exchange. And if you have taken any term loans, you have to submit the financial statements to the banks and income tax authorities, your sales tax authorities, etc., etc. And these financial statements, yes, P&L account and balance sheet and other statements, right? Notes to the balance sheet is also there. Okay. So these two statements are to be submitted to these legal authorities. Okay. And in India, we prepare the financial statements according to Schedule 6 of Companies Act 1956. And the recent Companies Act is 2013. Okay. Now, clear, Anil? So city is equal to Washington. Please write down the material. City is equal to Washington. Means the GE group of companies headquarters are situated in the Washington city. Country is equal to US. Means the group is basically operating from USA. So we have to give the identification for the country. If the group is basically operating from India, then we have to enter the identification for India. If the group is operating from Denmark, you have to enter the identification for Denmark. If the group is operating from Germany, we have to enter the identification for Germany. So how do we know the identifications for the countries? Look at the screen, please. Here, if you click on this button, the system will display the list of countries. So you can see here 235 entries found. Means 235 countries were defined in the system. And it's not necessary to remember the identifications for the countries, right? So from the list, you can see the you can take the identification. Suppose if the group is basically operating from Bangladesh, we have to enter the identification for PD. If the group is operating from Switzerland, you have to enter the CH. If the group is operating from China, CN. Denmark, DK. Great Britain, GB. So India IN, Malaysia MY, then United States US. Like that, from the list, you can find the identification for the respective countries. Suppose, if you don't find the country you require in the system, you can create your own country. But how to create your own country, we will discuss later on because this is the first class only, right? That's what I'm telling Sunil, right? So if you don't find the country, you can define our own countries. But how to define our own countries, we will cover after some classes. Okay. But in most of the cases, almost all the countries have been defined in the system. So you can press on this F4, sorry, this button. Otherwise, just to keep the cursor and press F4 function key. And the same list of countries are also available in the real-time software also. And it's not necessary to remember the identifications for the countries. So country is equal to US, within brackets F4, within brackets F4. Language is equal to EN, EN for English. Language is equal to English. Then suppose, let us assume that we are going to configure for a company in Japan. Let us assume that that Japanese company wants to use Japanese language only. In that case, we have to enter the identification for Japanese language. So if you press on F4, you can see again the languages. 41 entries found. In the first class of navigation, I said the SAP software was developed in 41 international languages. So these are the 41 international languages. So if you want to use Japanese language, you have to enter JA. If you want to use Korean language, KO. If you want to use Malaysian language, you have to enter MS. Please remember, we cannot define our own languages. We cannot define our own languages. We can define our own countries, but not languages. But generally, in most of the cases, because now we are very much international, so generally we use English. Language is equal to N. I hope everybody is writing in the material because this is necessary for you to do the practice. These are your exercises every day. Currency is equal to USD. Currency is equal to USD. So here we have to enter the currency of the respective countries. Suppose, so again, how can we find the currencies of the respective current countries? Again, press F4. So already 218 currencies have been defined in the system. So if from the list you can select, and remember, it's not necessary to remember the list, please. Nobody will ask you what is the currency for any country, right? So it's only a general knowledge question, but not SAP question, right? That's why don't try to remember these list, right? So suppose again, if you don't find the currency you require, we can define our own currencies, right? Now, currency is equal to USD. Here in your material, you have some space here, right? Please write down there. We can define our own countries and currencies. We can define our own countries and currencies. But we cannot define but we cannot define our own languages. We cannot define our own languages. Okay? Just 1 second. Yes. 1 second, please. Yes. So after entering all this information and see the material, click on save. So this is called save button. You can use Control S also. You can use Control S also. That is operating system shortcuts also we can use. Click on save. Now, after clicking on save, if you see the material, click on create request. So where is the create request icon? This is the first time you are using the software, right? So we don't know which icon is what. In that case, on every icon you see, right, just to keep the cursor for 1 or 2 seconds. Then the system will display the name of that icon. This is enter icon, and this is display object, and this is object attributes, and this is create request. So like that, for the first time you can find the icons. So once you start doing the practice for 1 or 2 days, then you will be able to remember the icons automatically. Okay, so click on create request. Then short description is equal to, here we have to enter the description of the activity, the description of the project. So short description is equal to FI configuration for LG group of companies. LG group of companies. FI configuration for LG group of companies. Then after that, FI short description is equal to FI configuration for LG group of companies. After that, click on save. So here again, this is the save button. In the total screen, you can notice only one save button in the highlighted mode. This button is grayed out, right? So this is the highlighted screen save button. Click on save. See, our description has been taken over here, and this is called request number. So this request number has got lot of significance in the real time. So what is this request number? We will discuss again after some classes. This is very, very important, request number. So this we will discuss after some classes. So from now onwards, whenever you get this small request box, just click on enter. This is called enter button. Otherwise, you can use the enter button in your keyboard. See, data was saved. I told you, there are 3 types of messages displayed on the status bar. First one is OK message, which is displayed in green color. So whenever you get this message, you can rest assumed that your setting is correct. If any error is there, the system will show you the error. So like this, every step I have given clearly in the material. So taking this as example, you have to create your own company in the system. That is the exercises. So every day I am going to show you some settings in the class, and you have to write the settings here. Then taking these as examples, you have to create the same settings in the system. So every day there is an exercise, and you have to do these exercises every day. This is called practicing the server. Then only you get the clarity. At the end of the class, today, I will tell you one procedure how to do the practice, right? You just follow that practice, you get a very good clarity of the subject. So that's how we have created company. Now, if you see the step number 1.2, define company code. Define company code. So what is the company code here? First, let us try to understand. See, here the company code, every separate legal entity is called company code, or the individual company is called company code in SAP. Suppose if you take US context, every LLC, INC and OPC. LLC means limited liability company, OPC means one person company, INC means incorporation. So INC, OPC, LLC, they are called company codes in US context. Then if you take India, every limited company and private limited company is called company code. Suppose for example, GE Infotech Incorporation is one company code. GE Paper Mills Incorporation is one company code. GE Technologies Incorporation, one company code. GE Trading LLC, one company code. Now if you take India, you have the Tata Group, right? So Tata Group is called company. Then Tata Steels Limited is one company code. Tata Consultancy Services Limited, one company code. Tata Power Limited, one company code. Tata Tele Limited, one company code. Suppose you take Reliance. Reliance is a group, right? So Reliance Industries Limited is a company code. Reliance Power Limited is a company code. Reliance Geo Limited is a company code. Like that, every separate individual company is created as company code in SAP. Okay. Then at the time of creating the company code, we have to give an identification. Then the company code identification can contain up to 4 characters. It is alphanumeric. Generally in SAP, every object identification can contain up to 4 characters generally. That's why I am not going to repeat these 2 sentences from now onwards. Every object can contain up to 4 characters and it is alphanumeric. So these 2 sentences I am not going to repeat again, right, in every class. Okay. Now, here it is mandatory to define company code. So from now onwards, every setting is going to be done with reference to company code. So why it is mandatory to define company code? Because in every country, it is legally required to prepare and present the financial statements at the company code level to the government of that country. It is legal requirement. So whenever any reporting is legally required, that is called mandatory. And we can define any number of company codes. There is no any limit, because a group can have any number of individual companies, means we can define any number of company codes. I hope it's clear. So again, this is documented in your notes. See, company code. It is the organizational unit in financial accounting for which a complete set of books of accounts are maintained for external legal reporting, that is to prepare the legal financial statements. It is 4 characters ID and it is alphanumeric. And you write one more point here in the notes. Please add one more point. If you don't have the notes with you in the physical form, you can write here. You have one space, some space here, no? You have some space here, no? You can write it here. If the boundaries of a particular country is crossed, if the boundaries of a particular country are crossed, then we have to create a company code. Then we have to create one company code. We have to create one company code. Means what? Suppose for example, LG group of companies, right? So basically it is carrying on business in USA. Okay. Now it wants to carry on business in India. So if you want to carry on business in India, being in US, you cannot go to India just like that, and you cannot start business just like that. First of all, we have to register ourselves under the Indian Companies Act. Means you have to take the permission from the Indian government, for which you have to submit number of documents. That is called registering under Indian Companies Act. So when you register yourself under the Indian Companies Act, it becomes a separate legal entity. So a separate legal entity means company code. Now again you want to carry on business in UK. So first you have to register yourself under the UK Companies Act. Means when you get yourself registered under the UK Companies Act, it becomes a separate legal entity. So separate legal entity means company code. So for every business in a separate country, you have to maintain one company code. It's a rule, you can take it granted. That is how in the real time we can decide how many number of company codes you have to create. So every separate legal entity is to be created as company code, and also if if they are carrying on business outside the home country, then also for that entity we have to create one company code. That's how we can decide in the real time how many number of company codes we have to create. Now, in order to create the company code, we need to access one screen, and for that screen, path is starting with SPRO. So it is also consultant activity. So SPRO is the transaction code for IMG screen, and the SPRO is to be entered in the command area of SAP Easy Access. So is this SPRO screen? Sorry, is this SAP Easy Access screen? No. So even if you enter SPRO, it will not work. See, nothing is happening. So that's why you have to prefix /n. So /n SPRO. So instead of thinking this much logic every time, right? You just to prefix /n for every transaction code, as simple as that. You just to prefix /n for each transaction code. And SPRO always implies clicking on SAP reference IMG also. Then after SPRO, you have enterprise structure again. This is called enterprise structure. After enterprise structure, you have definition. This is called definition. So after definition, financial accounting is there. So this is financial accounting subfolder. Click on this. Then after this, edit, copy, delete, check company code. This is called edit, copy, delete, check company code. Sorry, this one. Then if you see the material, double click on edit company code data. Yeah, we can see the transaction codes. Chandrasekhar, I will show you everything one by one, right? It is also covered, right? For that, you have to refer to the table. What is the table? First, we cover the tables. No problem. First, we cover the tables because you have to understand what is the meaning of the table in SAP. So, once you understand the table, then we will see the transaction codes. And there are some other ways to find the transaction codes also. Now, if you see the material, double click on company code data OX02. Need not say sorry, Chandrasekhar. You have every right to ask the questions. No issues about it. So double click on edit company code data. This is called edit company code data. Then after that, click on new entries. See, in such a way, clear manner, right? I have given every step in the material. Click on new entries. Now for the company code, we have to give an identification. Let us say 3366. Please write down in the material against the company code 3366. Company name is equal to LG Electronics INC. Company name is equal to LG Electronic INC. City is equal to New York. City is equal to New York. Country is equal to US. Country is equal to US. Currency, see, look at the screen. In the currency field, you have one tick mark, right? So whenever you notice any tick mark in any field, that is called mandatory field. That is called mandatory field. So currency is equal to USD. Suppose if you don't enter the information in that field, you cannot create that object. So currency is equal to USD. Language is equal to EN. Language is equal to EN. Then what is there in the material? Click on save. click on save, right? This is called again save button. So when you click on save, right, the system will take you another big screen. So in this screen, we enter all the other details of the company code. So first let us do according to the material. Title is equal to company. If you see the material, right, title is equal to company. Here, look at the screen. This is called drop down menu. So if you click on this drop down menu, you can see the titles. Title is equal to company. Then country is equal to US. Then what are the other fields? Here you can enter the name of the company code. Suppose if the name of the company code is larger than the length of the company code name we have entered in the previous screen, you can enter the total company code name here. Then suppose if the name of the company code is larger than the length of these two lines, then what happens? Here, this is called more fields button. So on any icon, if you keep the cursor for 1 or 2 seconds, it will tell you the name of the icon, right? So if you click on this more fields button, system will add 2 more lines. So generally no company code will have the name larger than the length of these 4 lines. Let us assume still the company code name is larger than the length of these 4 lines. In that case, what we do is only ABAP consultant can add the lines in the screen. Only the ABAP consultants can add the fields in the screens. So they can add it. We can send one request to him, he can add it. But generally that is not at all required. So once we enter the information here, if you click on this is called end more fields. End more fields, right? Click on this, that is closed. Then here, street address. You can enter the street name, house number, postal code, city. So here you can enter the address of the office of the company code. We can enter the office the address of the registered office of the company code. Yeah, because see the question posted by Gadi. Here in the while he is asking here country is mandatory. Why not in the previous screen? Good observation. See, I will tell you. Company code creation is mandatory, right? Right? But the company creation is optional. That's why it is not mandatory there. Got it, Gadi? Yeah. Now, so here in the address street address screen, we can enter the total address of the company code, registered office of the company code. Suppose generally the address will be larger than the length of these columns, right? In that case, again you click on this more fields button. See, here you can enter the total address of the company code. So once we enter the address of the company code, you can close it. Now here you can enter PO box number, post box number, post box code, postal code, then company postal code. After that, the communication information of your company code can be entered here. Telephone number, extension, mobile phone, fax number, extension, email address, standard communication method, and comments. So like that, all this information we can enter here. So in the comments column, we can maintain the nature of the business of the company code, right? So like that, in the real time, we can maintain all this information. But here we don't have this information. That's why I am not entering in this information. In the real time, who will give you all this information? The accounts department of the company code will provide all the information you require as a consultant. So we take that information from the accounts department and we provide that information in this screen. Now, whatever the information you enter in this screen, in this big screen, is printed by the system on the correspondence documents of your company code and all the official documents of your company code. For example, your letterheads, right? Then purchase orders, account statements. So on all the official documents of the company code, the system will print this address. Clear? So after entering all this information, if you see the material, enter. Click on enter, right? So click on enter. So whenever you get this request box, you just click on enter. You can use your keyboard enter button also. See, data was saved. So we have created company code. Suppose you have to create one more company code under the same group. In that case, this is called next entry button. So if you click on next entry button, right, every field becomes empty. Then again, for that company code, you have to give one more identification. One identification can be used only once in the system. You cannot use the same identification more than once. If you try to use the same identification, the system will give you error message. So you need not worry. Okay. You do one thing. Write down this point here in the material itself. To create one more company code, to create another company code, to create another company code, to create another company code, click on next entry button. Click on next entry button. Click on next entry button. Now, write one more point here. The company currency, the company currency and the company code currency can be different. The company currency and the company code currency can be different. Means, suppose your group is in US, so company currency is USD, and you are carrying on business in India. For the Indian company code currency will be INR. It's quite natural, right? So company currency and company code currency can be different. So this is the thing regarding company code, right? And one more thing here is, you have given the country US, right? So what is the impact of this country US? Whatever the country you enter in this country field is called home country of the company code. And the system considers every other country as foreign country. Then currency. The currency entered in this field is called company code local currency. And every other currency is considered by the system as foreign currency. And we have to prepare the financial statements in the company code local currency only. Logically think, you are doing business in US, so you have to prepare your P&L account and balance sheet in US dollars only. And you are doing business in India, you have to prepare the financial statements in Indian rupees only, right? That's why the currency entered in this field is called company code local currency. So in this currency only, we prepare the financial statements. Then language. This language, we have entered English language, right? So the language, in this language, the books of accounts are maintained. Your correspondence documents are printed. And your bank checks are printed when you are giving the check to vendors, right? So like that, this is the significance of these three fields. Don't worry, these I have given in your notes again. See, country. The information given in this field is called the home country of the company code, and every other country is considered by the system as foreign country. Then currency. The currency entered in this field is called company code local currency. Every other currency is treated by the system as foreign currency, and this information is used by the system in identifying the foreign currency. The financial statements are prepared in the company code local currency. Like that, every field I have given very clearly. So you can go through the notes. Now, see the step number 1.3. Assign company code to company. Means what? Assigning means what? Here we have created company in separate screen and company code in separate screen. We know LG Electronics Incorporation is part of LG Group, but how the system relates. That's why we have to provide the link between company and company code. One second. Yes. See, you know that LG Electronics Incorporation is part of LG Group. We know, but how the system knows? That's why within the software, you have to provide the link between company and company code. This is called assignment, right? Please put heading in the notes. You also have to keep the notes with you in every class. Put heading in the notes. Assignment. Assignment. Providing the links between the two objects, in the software is called assignment. Providing the links between the two objects in the software is called assignment. So object means nothing. Company code is called one object and company is called one object, nothing else, right? So we have to provide the link between company and company code. That is the next step. Assign company code to company. Path is SPRO, means /n SPRO. Enterprise structure. After that, we have assignment, then financial accounting, then assign company code to company. So this is the company code field, right? So our company code will be there somewhere in the list, right? So you have to click on position button. See, click on position. This is called position button. So this position button is very similar to search button, nothing else. So click on position, company code. What is our company code? 3366. So company code is equal to 3366. Click on enter. See here, our company code 3366 has been taken in the first line. So against this line, you have the company, right? So company is equal to 3366 LG. So you have linked company code with the company. Click on save. So whenever you get this request box, just click on it. This is how in today's class we have completed company code, and we have assigned company code to company. Now whoever have got the server access, they can also start the practice. And others, please install the SAP GUI as soon as possible, and please give me mail. I will send you the user ID and password. Okay. Then now you can start the practice. For doing the practicing means here, for example, today we have created a company. So you also have to create one company in the system. So here we can use any name or anything. You can use you can use your name also, right? So you create one company, you create company code, then you assign company code to company. That is the exercises for today's class. Now, Here I will give you one procedure just to try to follow the procedure. It's very, very simple. So first you create one company, right? Then you create company code. Then you assign company code to company. Okay. Now again, you create one more company with a different name. But before creating second company, right, read the notes. What is the meaning of the company? Why we have to create a company? Try to understand the notes. Then you create second company. Okay. Then after that, you create second company code. So before creating second company code, again read the notes. So what is the meaning of the company code and what is the use of the company code? Then in the company code, we are giving some information, right? Currency, country, etc. So what is the significance of these fields? Read the notes, try to understand, then create the second company code. So like that, you create two sets. Create one company code, and assign the first company to first company code. Create one more company code, and you assign second company code to the second company. So every day, so we always develop the configuration settings at the company code level for the company code only. So every class settings you do in two company codes. But doing the settings in the second company code, read the notes, listen to the recording if necessary, right? Then you do the settings in the second company code. If you do the practice like this, you get very excellent clarity of the subject. In SAP, how is not important. How to create a company code is not important. I'm talking about from the entry point of view. How to create a company code is not important. Why we have to create a company code? That is important from the entry point of view. So that's why first in our class, I'm explaining why concept. Then I'm showing you how concept in the screen. So if you proceed like this, if you follow the procedure like this, you get excellent clarity of the subject. Then at the end of the classes, I will send you the interview questions, right? And other material necessary for you to get the job, right? Within 2-3 months. I will send you a lot of documentation also, real-time documentation. In the projects, we have to prepare a lot of documentation. So what is the documentation, how they look like? So all these materials I will be sending to you. Okay. But the thing is, and it's only advice, right? Don't take it in a wrong way. It's only advice I'm giving you. And one more thing here is, you require, see, if you want to get the job, right, in SAP, you have to do two things. One is, please attend the classes regularly. Even though I'm sending the recordings, right, listening to the live class is very effective, right? So attend the class regularly. Of course, sometimes you may have some work, right? In that case, taking the leave is inevitable. In that case, take the leave. But anyhow, I will be sending the recording now. So immediately go to the recording and get the on par with the class. Now, first one is attending the class regularly is important. Then the second one is you have to do the practice of every class on the same day itself, right? So if you follow these two things, right, theoretically also you get good knowledge and practically also you get good knowledge. Then you get the job within 2-3 months of the completion of the classes. Why I'm telling you 2-3 months? Because you have to prepare some other materials. You have to prepare some other interview questions, which I will send you. Don't worry about it, right? That is how we have to proceed in the class. Sorry, that is how you have to proceed in the practice. So remaining things we will see tomorrow. See, our classes are Monday to Friday, USA days, but it is from Tuesday to Saturday in India. If you are in India, our classes are from Tuesday to Saturday. If you are in US, classes are from Monday to Friday. So tomorrow also we have the class. Then Akhil, you have any questions? Akila, you have any questions?
No, sir, I'm good.
Okay. Anil, I will come to you, Gadi. I will be coming one by one, right? Whenever I come to you, you can ask the question. I will come according to the alphabetical names in the list. Anil, you have any questions? Okay. Chandrasekhar. Okay. Now Gadi, tell me. While defining company code currency, language and country required. So why can't we make it mandatory? No, we cannot make it as mandate as a functional consultant. It is designed in the software itself, right? Some fields we can make it mandatory somewhere, right? But not in the company code creation. We cannot make the country and the current country and language. We cannot make them mandatory. It is designed defaultly in the software. You cannot change the software code. Roni, you have any questions? Yes, yes. All these things I will send. I will be sending to you, right? So if you want to learn simple finance, you have to continue in this class. After FSCO only, you can understand simple finance. And this is my mail ID, right? I am typing the mail ID in the chat box. Please give me the test mail. I will send you all the material and recordings till now. Okay. My mail ID is I have typed in the chat box. Just look at the chat box, Roni. Yeah, FSM is a financial supply chain management. It's a separate module like FICO. Srinivas, FSCM stands for financial supply chain management. Srinivas, you have
No,
any
sir.
questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Sunil, 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 are you there? Tafiq, any questions? Okay then. Okay, sorry. See you tomorrow, same time. Good night and good day. See, we are in the basic settings. Yeah, I will tell you, Anil. See, yesterday only we have started the configuration settings, right? So we have completed creation of company and define company code, then assign company code to company. So we have completed only these three steps in yesterday's class. Now today we start with the define business area. Then Chandrasekhar has posted some questions to me, right? I will explain these questions in the class today at the end of the session, okay? So that everybody also can understand his questions. So let us see the step number 1.4, define business area. So first I will explain what is the concept of business area in SAP. See, business area. It is an organizational unit in financial accounting that divides the organization based on the area of activity or line of activity. It is an organizational unit in financial accounting that divides the organization based on the area of activity or line of activity. Area of activity means geographical area of activity. So what is the division of enterprise based on geographical area of activity? For example, we are carrying on business in Washington, New York, California. So this is called geographical division of enterprise. So we are carrying on business in Washington, New York, California means what? We are having the branches there. So generally, the branches of the organization are created as business areas. Generally, the branches of the organization are created as business areas. And it is also the division of enterprise on the basis of line of activity. Line of activity means what? Under the same name of the company code, right? Under the same name of the company code, For those who joined today only, company code means every separate legal entity is called company code in SAP. Tata Steels Limited is one company code. Tata Power Limited is one company code. Tata Chemicals Limited is one company code. Like that, every individual company is called one company code. This is just for your understanding for today's class. So, under the same name of the company code, we are carrying on business in these three activities. Number one, textiles manufacturing. Number two, paper manufacturing. Number three, chemicals manufacturing. This is called line of activity. So, whether a branch of the organization can be created as business area or line of activity can be created as business areas. So, whatever may be the criteria you use to create the business areas, what is the purpose of the business areas? For each business area, we can create the P&L account and balance sheet. So this P&L account and balance sheet can be used by the management for the internal analysis purpose. Means what? See, for example, you have defined your business areas on the basis of geographical area of activity. Means for each branch or for each business area, you can create the P&L account and balance sheet. So with the help of the P&L account, we can find the profit for Washington branch, for the New York branch, for California branch. Then what is the use of this business area P&L account? These can be used by the management for the internal analysis purpose. Means, for example, Washington, your total profits are 100 crores. Your total profits are 100 crores. Then, based on the business area financial statements, you can come to know that Washington business area has made a profit of 70 crores. Then, New York business area has made a profit of 30 crores. Then, California business area has made a profit of 20 crores. But you have one more business area, New York. But the New York business area has made a loss of 20 crores. So this information is visible with the help of the business area financial statements. So actually you are performing very much well, but the New York business area is making a loss of 20 crores. So the performance or the profits of the other business areas or the profits of the other branches are eaten away by New York business area. That's why your profits have become only 100 crores. Suppose if the New York business area is also making profits, right? In that case, your profits would have been increased by more than 20%. So these business area financial statements can be used by the management for internal analysis purpose. Now during the analysis, the management come to know that, okay, the New York business area is making a loss of 20 crores. Sorry. In this case, the management has to take the corrective action to make the branch of New York running into profits. Suppose if the management thinks that it's not at all possible to make the New York branch running into profits, then it can take a decision to close this New York branch. So by just closing this New York branch, your profits are increased by 20% next year with the same performance levels. So this is how the management can take a decision. To take this decision, they need business area financial statements. So with the help of the business area financial statements, they can identify the branch which are earning more profits, or if any branches are making losses, they can also identify them, and accordingly they can take the action. This is called internal analysis. One more example. See, with the help of when you create textiles manufacturing, paper manufacturing, or chemicals manufacturing as the business areas, then we can find the profit for each line of activity. So this year the management wants to introduce some additional capital. So this additional capital can be introduced in which activity? The activity which is earning more profits to the company. So for this purpose, for this decision making purpose, they want to know what are the profits for each line of activity. In that case, we can use the business area financial statements. So that is the use of the business area financial statements. So here, the definition of business areas is purely optional. As I said yesterday, if any reporting is legally required, that is mandatory. But if any reporting is required according to will and wish of the management, then that is called optional. So in any country, it is not legal requirement to report at the branch level. It's not legally required. But if the management wants to see the performance for each of the branches, then only we have to define the business areas. And we can define any number of business areas. There is no any limit. But my question here is, I told you that the business areas can be defined on the basis of geographical area of activity or line of activity. So in that case, which criteria we have to use? I will tell you different scenarios. Okay. Suppose, for example, we are carrying on business only in textiles manufacturing. We are carrying on business only in textiles manufacturing. And this activity we are carrying on in Washington, New York, and California. In that case, each geographical area will be created as business areas. That is one scenario. One more scenario is, we are carrying on business only in Washington, but in Washington, we are carrying on business in textiles manufacturing, paper manufacturing, and chemicals manufacturing. This scenario generally will not exist in the real time because every company wants to expand like anything, right? So no company will restrict itself to a particular geographical area. But theoretically, let us discuss. So if this is the case, each line of activity will be created as business area. Okay. Then the actual scenario is like this. We are carrying on business in Washington, New York, California. So in these three geographical areas, we are carrying on business in these three area of activities, in these three line of activities. In each branch, in each geographical area, we are carrying on business in these three activities. In that case, actually this is the real scenario. So in this case, the management wants to know the profit for each of the geographical area and also for each of the line of the activity. So how to meet this requirement? Please remember, generally we create the business areas generally we create the business areas first on the basis of geographical area only. So when you create each geographical area, you can find the profit. Then each line of activity is created as profit centers. So when you create the profit center, you can identify expenses and revenues and balance sheet items for each profit center. Then we can prepare the P&L account and balance sheet. So for each profit center again, you can find the profit. That's how we can meet the requirement of finding out the profit for each geographical area and finding out the profit for each line of activity. But what is profit center? We will discuss later on. Now, here I told you that we can prepare the P&L account and balance sheet for each business area. For that purpose, the system needs to identify expenses, revenues, and balance sheet items. So how these expenses, revenues, and balance sheet items are identified in the business areas? At the time of posting every business transaction, it is mandatory that the user has to enter the business area. Suppose, for example, today we are posting rent payment. At the time of posting that rent payment, if the user means employee or accountant, if the user enters the business area Washington, then that is identified with the Washington business area. And if the user enters the business area New York, that is identified with the New York. If the user enters the business area California, that is identified with the California business area. That's how the system will be able to identify the expenses, revenues, and other balance sheet items for the business areas. So this is the concept of business area. Right? Now let us see how to define the business areas. One second. Yes. See the material. Define business area. So first let us log into the system. And see the path. Path is starting with SPRO. So it is also the job of the consultant. So SPRO. And SPRO implies clicking on SAP reference IMG also. SPRO, enterprise structure, then definition. Then after definition, you have financial accounting. So click on this financial accounting. After financial accounting, we have define business area. This is called define business area. Click on new entries. So for each business area, we have to give one identification. Business area is equal to 3366. Here, everywhere I will use the company code identification only, because throughout FICO classes, we are going to define number of objects. So for every object, we have to give one name. So if you use your company code name, it is easy for us to remember the identification of every object. If you use different names, it is difficult for you to remember the object names while doing the practice. That's why everywhere and wherever it is possible, I will use the company code identification only. Now write down in the material, business area is equal to 3366. Description is equal to Washington branch or Washington business area. So in our class, in our material, we have defined only one business area. Suppose if you want to define number of business areas, just look at the screen. 336A, New York, then 336B. Just like that, I am using 336A, 336B, then California. So like that, you can go on defining any number of business areas, right? Click on Save and enter. That's how we can define any number of business areas. Okay, so this is the concept of business areas. Now, here for today, I am closing the session with this business area only, because I have to provide the server access to some of you, right? So if I complete number of steps, they may feel difficult in starting the practice. So by today evening or tomorrow evening, I will provide the server access to them. So they will start the practice and they can be on par with the other students in the class. So this is generally what I do. In the fourth class, I take only half an hour. That is, in fourth class, I take only business area concept. Now, the next topic is fiscal year variant. This fiscal year variant will take 1 hour class to explain you. That's why I am closing the session. That is also the reason for closing the session with the business area. But before closing the session, Chandrasekhar has posted some questions. So first let us take the fourth question, right? What is company postal code in address box, right? Here, let us go to our company code. I will explain you what is asking. So yesterday we have created company code, right? So this is the address screen. In the address screen, he is asking PO box number. He understands PO box number. What is postal code and company postal code? He is asking the difference between these two, right? Am I right, Chandrasekhar? Chandrasekhar, are you there? I think you are asking the difference between, yeah, postal code and company postal code. Now, here, for example, if you enter the post box number 100, right, then postal code means it is the postal code of your post box area. Suppose your post box 100 is situated in some other area. So you have to enter the postal code of that area. And company postal code means it is the postal code of your registered office of the company code. Because in the area where your registered office is situated, there is no post office. So the post office was situated in a different city or in different area. So in that post office, you are having the post box number. Got it? So generally, postal code of the post box and company postal code will be same generally. Okay? This is clear, Chandrasekhar? Okay. Now, one more question he posted is, you told that if you cross the boundaries of the country, we will create a new company code. But as you told that Tata company or Reliance are in the same country. Let us take an example. Tata Consultancy, Tata Steel, Tata Docomo, etc. etc. Here, for each separate legal entity, we have to create a company code. And also, if the boundaries of any particular country are crossed, then we have to create company code. For example, you have to take these two criteria into consideration. You take Tata Group. So, Tata Group is having Tata Consultancy Services Limited. It's a separate legal entity. So, we create one company code. Tata Steels Limited, one company code. Tata Power Limited, one company code. Tata Docomo, one company code. Now, this Tata Steels Limited is operating one branch in US, right? So, means it is the Tata Steels Limited is carrying on business in USA. So, the boundaries are crossed. So, if you want to carry the business outside India in any particular country, first you have to register yourself under the Companies Act of that country. Then it becomes a separate legal entity. So, you have to create company code. That is the meaning behind that. Every separate legal entity is to be created as company code. And also, if you cross the boundaries of any particular country, then also you have to create one company code. Now it should be clear. Suppose, for example, you have the TCS India. You have the example TCS India, right? It is one company code. Then TCS America, one company code. Got it, Chandrasekhar?
Sir, but here Tata Consultancy, Tata Steel, and Tata Docomo are in the same country, no, in India only.
Yes.
So these are branches at present or different company codes in India?
Different company codes in India.
How to?
Because let me tell you, because Tata Steel has to report to the Companies Act for the Tata Steels Limited as a whole. Tata Docomo has to prepare a separate financial statement. Tata Consultancy has to prepare a separate financial statement. So
here I have, sir.
So
as they are not
company, 1 second, let me complete. Every limited company or private limited company is created as company code. That's the rule, you can take it granted.
Okay.
Got it?
Okay. Little varying, sir.
Sorry?
A little doubts are still.
Okay. Tell me what is your doubt?
No, if now Tata Consultancy, Tata Steel, and Tata Docomo are in the same country. They have not crossed any boundaries.
Yes.
But as you told, every individual company has to file as per Companies Act of 1956.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now these three are independent companies only, no?
Yes.
In India?
Yes, yes.
They have not crossed the borders.
Okay.
But line of activity is different
Yeah.
when you, as per the business area.
Yes.
So they can be considered as business area or individual company code. That is my
Individual
doubt.
company code.
Now,
Individual company code.
individual.
Right? Because
Uh-huh.
Tata Consultancy is a separate legal entity. Means Tata Consultancy will have its own articles of association, own memorandum
Yes.
of association, right? Similarly,
Yes.
Tata Steel will have its own memorandum of association and articles of association, right?
Yes.
So they are separate company codes. Now,
Oh,
Tata Consultancy is having the branches in Hyderabad, Mumbai, Chennai, Delhi. So these will be your business areas for Tata Consultancy. Tata Steel also doing business in Chennai, Mumbai, Hyderabad. These will be the business areas for Tata Steel. Got it? Till now
yes,
clear?
sir.
Now, let me extend. Tata Consultancy is basically registered under Indian Companies Act, right? It's a separate company code. Now, this Tata Consultancy wants to carry on business in USA. For that, it has to take the permission from the USA government, for which purpose they have to file lot of documents. Means they will be registered under the US Companies Act. Then it becomes a separate legal entity, Tata Consultancy America. Clear?
Yes, sir. Out of boundaries, I could understand.
The country
Since we are crossing
no. You are
government to
crossing the
government, we
country.
need to.
See, what is the basic country? India, right?
Yes, in India only I'm asking.
No, you see, when you are carrying business within India, right, there is no question of crossing the boundaries.
Yes, it is not crossing border.
Yeah. But separate legal
Then
entities
how?
are there. No. See, Tata Consultancy, Tata Steel, Tata Docomo, even though they are within the India, but they are separate legal entities. Tata Consultancy will have its separate board of directors. Tata Steel will have its own board of
Yes.
directors. Tata Docomo will have their own board of directors. So separate legal entities. So we have to create 3 company codes in this case, even though they are in the same country,
Okay, sir.
right?
Thank you, sir.
Coming to postal code for New York, it starts from 10,001, Washington from 20,001. So while trying to enter the postal code 5 digits, the system is asking to enter the 6 digits. There is one concept, country specific settings, right? So I will show you these country specific settings later on. So in the country specific settings, somebody have changed in the country specific settings, we can specify that how many number of digits should be there in the pin code, how many number of digits should be there in the telephone numbers, how many number of digits should be there in the bank account numbers. So all these things we can define in the country specific settings. So these country specific settings we will deal later on. Yesterday I told you, we can define our own countries and currencies. At that time we will see how to define the country specific settings. But in this particular server, somebody has changed the pin code length to 6 digits. That's why it is asking to enter you 6 digits. Nothing else. Please enter that 6 digits for the time being. Okay. Then later on we can change it. Got it, Chandrasekhar? Yeah. Now, Akila, you have any questions today? Today or from the previous classes? Okay. Anil? Chandrasekhar, any more questions? Okay, Anil. Okay, Chandrasekhar.
No, sir. Thank you.
Gadilingam. Okay. Jerisha. Jerisha, I will send you the recordings of the first 3 classes. Actually, this is the 4th class. Okay. I will send you the recordings of the previous 3 classes. And this weekend, you listen to these 3 recordings and you can be on par with the class by next class. Our next class is on Monday, USA day. And Indian day is Tuesday. So in India, the classes are from Tuesday to Saturday. In US, it is Monday to Friday. Manoj, you have any questions?
Uh, Lakshman, actually, how the business area and the company code are tied, actually,
Yeah, good question. Here,
aren't the same?
yeah. See, here, business areas cannot be assigned to any company code. Business areas cannot be assigned to any company code because suppose you have the two company codes. Let us say Tata Consultancy Services and Tata Steels Limited. So Tata Consultancy Services and Tata Steels Limited, both the company codes are carrying on business in Hyderabad. In that case, if you assign the Hyderabad business area to one company code, another company code transactions cannot be posted. That's why business areas can never be assigned to any company code. Even if you want to assign, there is no screen available. But in that case, how the system will identify expenses and revenues? At the time of posting every business transaction, the user has to enter company code and business area. Both the information he has to enter. Suppose you have the TCS, Tata Consultancy Services, and Tata Steels Limited. Both the company codes are carrying on business in Hyderabad. Today we have paid rent. Then we enter the transaction to system. At the time of entering this transaction in the system, the user enters Tata Consultancy Services Limited in Hyderabad. Then that will be taken to the Hyderabad branch of Hyderabad business area of Tata Consultancy Services. If the user enters the company code Tata Steels Limited and business area Hyderabad, then that will be posted to Hyderabad branch of Tata Steels Limited. Clear, Manoj? Yeah. Roni, you have any questions? Okay. Sunil?
Yeah,
Okay.
hello.
Yeah, Sunil. Any
Yeah,
questions?
these Tata Consultant, I'm Tata Consultancy, Tata Steel, and Tata Docomo. They are treated as business separate cost centers.
Mm, cost centers is a separate activity, right? Cost centers is a separate organizational unit in cost center accounting of controlling, right? They cannot be treated as separate cost centers. But how to design the
Okay.
cost centers in this case? We will discuss in
If I take,
controlling.
if I
Yeah,
currently, if I take my company also, in our company, each department is treated as a separate cost center. So
exactly.
I'm little bit confused with this branches and cost center.
Okay. For example, you take Tata Consultancy Services, right? So in the Tata
Yeah.
Consultancy Services is a company code. So it is carrying on
Okay.
business in Hyderabad, Chennai, Mumbai. So these are business areas,
Oh,
right? Now, in
okay.
Hyderabad business area, you have the administration department, you have the
Yeah.
packing department, right? So,
Yeah.
administration department of Hyderabad business area is one cost center, packing department of Hyderabad business area one cost center. And for others, forget about cost centers. Don't worry, we have the separate topic on cost center accounting on these cost centers. Just to for the understanding of Sunil, I'm explaining. Then in Mumbai business area, you have the sales department and administration department. So administration
Okay.
department is created as one cost center and the sales department is created as another cost center. That is the difference.
Okay. 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 We need to give separate codes for each
Cost
branches
center.
together.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Thanks.
And Tafiq, you have any questions? Okay. Okay, then see you on Monday, USA Day, and Indian Day, Tuesday, same time. Good night and good day. Happy Dasra to everybody once again. Have a nice
Thank you, Vishwas.
yeah.
Thank you, sir.
You're
Very
welcome.
nice.
Chandrasekhar, just one second. Chandrasekhar did not log into the voice meeting. Let me put the message to him. See, in the previous class, yeah, Anil, did you install the SAP GUI? Okay, I will send you today after the class, or at least by maximum by today evening I will send you. See, in the previous class we have seen up to step number 1.4, define business area. Now we will see step number 2, fiscal year variant. Please put heading in the notes. Put heading in the notes, please. Variant. Variant. It is an object. It is an object for which some values are defined. It is an object for which some values are defined. When this object is assigned to another object, Teja, we are doing step number 2 in the basic settings material. As a part of it, I am dictating the notes. When this object is assigned to another object, then the values are also applicable to the other object. Then the values are also applicable to the other object. This is called variant principle. The variant principle is widely used in SAP. So what is the variant principle? What is the advantage of this? You can understand at the end of the topic. That is the meaning of the variant. Now put heading fiscal year. Put heading fiscal year. It is also called accounting year. Accounting year is a period of 12 months. Accounting year is a period of 12 months for which the organizations generally prepare the financial statements. The accounting year may be the calendar year. The accounting year may be the calendar year or non-calendar year or non-calendar year. Now, look at the screen, please. Here, fiscal year is nothing but your accounting year. So, accounting year means you take any company in the world. Generally, they have to prepare the financial statements for a period of 12 months. So, this period of 12 months is called accounting year, and that is called fiscal year in SAP. So why I'm telling you generally, because in some cases we prepare the financial statements for more than 12 months, and in some cases we prepare the financial statements for less than 12 months. But generally in 99.999 cases, always the business enterprises have to prepare the financial statements for a period of 12 months. This 12 months is called fiscal year or accounting year. So this accounting year may be the calendar year. Calendar year means January to December. So this is followed in the case of US companies. Then it may be non-calendar year. Non-calendar year means it may be April to March, or it may be July to June, or it may be October to September. So April to March means starting from the period of starting from the April of current calendar year and ending with the March of next calendar year. July to June means starting from the July of current calendar year and ending with the June of next calendar year. Then October to September means starting from the October of current calendar year and ending with the September of next calendar year. So in any case, generally it contains 12 months also, even in the case of non-calendar year. So for example, in India, we use April to March. Why? Because we have one Indian Income Tax Act 1956. Indian Income Tax Act 1961. So that Income Tax Act clearly specifies that every business entity has to maintain the books of accounts for a period starting from April to March, and for that period we have to prepare the financial statements and taxable returns, and we have to submit them to the income tax department. That's why every business enterprise in India, they maintain the books of accounts for April to March. Like that, every country will have their own legal enactments. So that legal law will clearly specify which fiscal year they have to follow. So based on that, the companies in that countries have to follow that fiscal year. So I will explain the fiscal year both from Indian perspective and also US perspective. So first I will explain the fiscal year variant from Indian perspective, Indian companies. So in India, the current fiscal year is called 2017 and 2018. Means it has started from April 2017 and it will end with March 2018. So generally this is called the year 2017-2018. But in SAP, the accounting year 2017-2018 is represented with a different concept. See, the year 2017 and 2018 is called the fiscal year 2017. Similarly, the year 2018 and 2019 is called the fiscal year 2018, and the year 2019 and 2020 is called fiscal year 2019. Means here, at the time of posting the transactions, generating the reports, etc., the user has to enter the fiscal year number. So in that case, he cannot enter 2017-2018. He can enter only 2017. So in SAP, the fiscal year is represented with the calendar year in which the more number of months are falling. Again, I'm repeating. In SAP, the fiscal year is represented with the calendar year in which the more number of months are falling. For example, 2017-2018 means April 2017 to March 2018. So April 2017 to December 2017, 9 months are falling in the calendar year 2017. So it is represented with the year 2017. Similarly, in the year 2018-2019, right? April 2018 to December 2018, 9 months are falling in the calendar year 2018. That's why this is represented as year 2018. So, in SAP, in the case of Indian companies, whenever you say fiscal year 2017, we have to understand that it contains the periods or months starting from year 2000, April 2017 and ending with March 2018. And when you say fiscal year 2018 in SAP, we have to understand that it contains the periods starting from April 2018 and ending with March 2019. That's how the fiscal year is represented in SAP. Then, so as I said, the current fiscal year is 2017. So it contains the periods from April 2017 to March 2018. So we call them as months in the normal terminology. We call them as months. April is 1 month, May is 1 month, June is 1 month. But in SAP, each month itself is called a posting period. So in that case, April 2017 is called first posting period of fiscal year 2017. May 2017 is called second posting period of fiscal year 2017. June 2017 is called the third posting period of fiscal year 2017. Based on the same logic, December 2017 is called ninth posting period of fiscal year 2017. Then January 2018 is called, once December 2017 is over, we enter into January 2018. So January 2018 is called 10th period. February 2018 is called 11th period and March 2018 is called 12th posting period. That's how 12 months are completed. I hope till now it's clear for everybody. Now, okay, 31st March 2018 is over. Now we have to prepare the financial statements. But before preparing the financial statements, we have to carry on number of adjustments. We have to carry on number of adjustments. Like what? For example, you are producing and selling 10 types of finished products. You are using 50 types of raw materials. And we are using 20 types of packing materials. We are using 40 types of stores and spares. And you are having 5,000 customers. So for the purpose of preparing balance sheet, we have to, for the purpose of preparing balance sheet and P&L account, we have to evaluate the closing stocks of all the 10 finished goods, 20 packing materials, 40 stores and spares, right? Then 50 raw materials. And this year, the trade conditions are very, very bad. So we are expecting that some of the customers may become bankrupt. In that case, we will not be able to receive the dues from the customers. So we have to provide for bad and doubtful debts. For that purpose, you have to analyze the payment history of all the 5,000 customers. So based on the payment history, right, you have to provide some amount for reserve for bad and doubtful debts. So all these activities are called adjustments. So unless you carry on adjustments and if you prepare the P&L account and balance sheet, there is no useful. They are not useful. So in order to carry on these adjustments, we require some time. You have to evaluate all the finished goods, work in progress, raw materials, everything we have to evaluate. So for that, we require some time. That's why after the close of the fiscal year, in SAP, we have the facility to carry on adjustments up to 4 months immediately after close of the fiscal year. Means in the case of Indian companies, 4 months are there to carry on adjustments. That is April 2018, May 2018, June 2018 and July 2018. So you can carry on adjustments in the up to July 2018. up to July 2018. So after 31st July 2018, it's not possible to carry on any adjustments. So what does it imply? You have to be ready with your final financial statements by 31st July 2018 in the case of Indian companies. So here the periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. These are called normal periods. And April 2018, May 2018, June 2018 and July 2018, they are called special periods. They are called special periods. So in this case, April 2018 is called 13th period, May 2018 is called 14th period, June 2018 is called 15th period, and July 2018 is called 16th period. So the normal posting periods are used to post the daily business transactions, and the special posting periods are used to make the adjustments to the books of accounts for the purpose of preparing financial statements. The normal posting periods are mandatory and the special posting periods are optional. Means we can go with 0 special periods. Means I don't want to use any special periods. That is possible. But when you don't use any special periods, you cannot make any adjustments, and you have to be ready with your final financial statements by 31st March 2018. And if you want to use only one special period, in that case, you will be able to make the adjustments up to April 2018. If you want to have 2 special periods, you can post the adjustments up to May 31st, 2018. 3, June 2018. July up to, sorry. If you want to have 4 special periods, you can post adjustments up to 31st July 2018. But even though the special periods are optional, every client company prefers to have all the 4 special periods because it is always useful to have as many periods as possible to make the adjustments. That's why, technically speaking, the special periods are optional, but every client company prefers to have all the 4 special periods. And one more thing is, whenever you post any adjustments in any of the special periods, these adjustments are posted on the last day of the fiscal year, previous fiscal year. When you post any adjustments in any of the special periods, these adjustments will be posted on the last day of the last posting period of previous fiscal year. In this particular example, the adjustments are posted as on 31st March 2018. So here, the special periods are not the extension of last period. They are the integral part of last period. You can see the diagram here. 13, 14, 15, 16, they are part of the 12th period. That's why when we post any adjustments in any of the special periods, these adjustments are posted in the last period of the previous fiscal year. Now, here I got one doubt. I will tell you what is that. For example, March 2018 is over, right? Now, immediately next fiscal year starts, 2018. Means April 2018 to March 2019 fiscal year starts. Then we are using 4 special periods. We are using 4 special periods, and this month is June. So let us say today is 3rd June 2017. Sorry, 2018. Today is 3rd June 2018. I hope till now the situation is clear to everybody. Now, I am posting one business transaction today. So this business transaction may be related to current fiscal year 2018-2019, or it may be related to previous fiscal year as an adjustment. In that case, how the system can understand that whether this business transaction is related to current year or it is related to previous year as an adjustment? I hope the situation, the doubt is clear to everybody. If anybody wants, I will explain again. Okay, fine. So for this, at the time of posting every business transaction, the user has to enter the period number. It is mandatory that the user has to enter the period number. So in this case, if the user enters the period number 3, then the system understands that, okay, this is the business transaction related to current year 2018-2019. Because April is the first period, May is the second period, June is the third period, normal periods. But if the user enters the period number 15, then the system understands that, okay, this business transaction related to previous year as an adjustment. That's how, and that adjustment is posted by the system on 31st March 2018 in this particular example. That's how, with the help of the period number, the system can differentiate between the normal business transactions posted in the normal periods and also adjustments posted in the special periods. So the important point we have to remember here is the special periods immediately follows the last posting period. The special periods immediately follow the last posting period of the fiscal year. There cannot be any gap between last period and the first special period. So this is the concept of fiscal year in the case of Indian companies. Now let us try to understand in the case of US companies. So US companies, they use calendar year only as fiscal year. So calendar year and fiscal year both are same in the case of Indian companies. Sorry, US companies, I'm sorry. So in US, fiscal year is 2017 and calendar year is also 2017. Means it contains the periods from January 2017 to December 2017. In that case, January 2017 is called first posting period of fiscal year 2017. February 2017 is called second posting period of fiscal year 2017. And March 2017 is called third posting period of fiscal year 2017. Similarly, based on the same lines, December 2017 is called 12th posting period of fiscal year 2017. So 12 months are completed. Again, in the case of US companies, after December 31st, 2017, we have to prepare P&L account and balance sheet, for which again you have to make a lot of adjustments. For that purpose, we have these 4 as special periods. In the case of US companies, January 2018, February 2018, March 2018 and April 2018 is called special periods. Special periods, right? So 1 to 12 are normal periods and special 13, 14, 15, 16 are called special posting periods. Now, this is the case in the case of US companies. And some companies in some countries, they use October to September. So it is a little bit different, right? Let us take that example also. October to September.
No.
Say for example, October to September means for example, October 2017 to September 2018. In this case, fiscal year is 2018. Fiscal year is 2018. Right? Because October 2017 to September 2018 means in the calendar year 2018, more number of months, that is 9 months are falling, right? That's why this is called fiscal year 2018. Similarly, if you have October 2016 to September 2017, this is called fiscal year 2017 in the case of the companies or the countries who are using this October to September, right? So in the case of, so according to these companies, we are in the September 2017 for those companies. Then for these companies, special period starts from October 2017, November, December, then January 2018. It's a little bit confusing, right? That's why I told you that the fiscal year is represented with the calendar year in which the more number of months are falling. So this is the concept of fiscal year variant in the case of companies who are using October to September. October to September, right? Now, so what exactly is the fiscal year variant? We have seen what is fiscal year, but what is fiscal year variant? I told you that variant is an object for which some values are defined. See, in the fiscal year variant, we define the number of normal posting periods and the number of special posting periods. That's why that is called variant. How many number of normal periods you want to use and how many number of special periods you want to use. That is defined in the variant. That is called fiscal year variant. So here, the normal posting periods are used to post the daily business transactions. The special posting periods are used to carry on the year-end adjustments to the previous books of accounts. Then, for the purpose of general ledger accounting, why I am telling you, for the purpose of general ledger accounting, please remember, the maximum number of normal posting periods are 12 and the maximum number of special posting periods are 4. So, the total maximum number of posting periods are only 16 for the purpose of general ledger accounting. Why I am telling you for the purpose of general ledger accounting? Because there are some scenarios wherein there can be 366 posting periods. Every day itself is considered as one posting period. That is necessary in the case of special purpose ledgers, right? And that is also called parallel ledgers also. What is this? We will discuss in new GL concept, right? So we have to understand that for the purpose of general ledger accounting, the maximum number of total periods are 16. I told you that generally the number of periods are 12. Generally the accounting year contains 12 months, but in some cases it is less than 12 months. In some cases it is more than 12 months. I will give one example. In India, we have to prepare the financial statement from April to March. Okay. Now, this is 2017, right? So we have started one company in January 2017. We have started one company in January 2017. Let us say 1st January 2017. In that case, we have the option to close the books of accounts for January 2017, February 2017, March 2017. So for 3 months, you can close the books of accounts and you can prepare P&L account and balance sheet. From then onwards, you can use April 2017 to March 2018, April 2018 to March 2019 and so on. This facility is given only one time. Otherwise, you can prepare the financial statements up to 31st March 2018. Even though you have started your business on 1st January 2017, you can close your books of accounts by March 2018. In that, from after March 2018, you have to use April to March again, April 2018 to March 2019. So only for the first time, you can prepare the financial statements for 15 months. January 2017 to March 2018 means 15 months. So 3 months less than 12 months, right? 15 months, it is more than 12 months. So this facility is given to the companies only one time, right? So these are the scenarios wherein we can use the number of periods less than 12 and sometimes more than 12. They are called year dependent fiscal years and also shortened fiscal years. So there are some other concepts like year dependent fiscal years, shortened fiscal years. These concepts also we'll discuss after some time. So it is mandatory that, so this is the meaning of the fiscal year variant. So in the fiscal year variant, in short, we define how you specify, simply speaking, you specify how many number of normal posting periods you want to use and how many number of special posting periods you want to use, nothing else. So it is mandatory that every company code should be assigned with one fiscal year variant. Without fiscal year variant, it's not possible to post even a single business transaction to your company code. That's why it is mandatory to assign one fiscal year variant to the company code. For that purpose, already some fiscal years have been defined in the system. Already some fiscal years have been defined in the system. But if necessary, we can also define our own fiscal year variants. For example, these are the sum of the system defined fiscal year variants. Let us say V3, April to March, which contains 12 normal and 4 special periods. Then K3, calendar year, 12 normal and 3 special periods. K4, calendar year, 12 normal and 4 special periods. So like that, in the system, in the software, already the fiscal year variants, almost according to the requirements of all the countries in the world, have been defined in the system. So here V3, K3, K4, they don't carry any meaning. That is the name of the object for which some values are defined. What are the values? These are the values. For V3, these are the values. For K3, these are the values defined. For K4, these are the values defined. That's why they are called variants. So this is the concept of fiscal year variant. Now let us see how to maintain the fiscal year variant. So first let us log in.
Lakshman, this is Manoj. I have one question.
Tell me, Manoj.
Yeah, say for example, if a company is listed in stock market, right?
Yeah.
So they have to report every quarterly, okay?
Yep.
Say for example, January to March, okay?
Yes, yes.
So in the so if they want to report the results, right? They cannot do adjustment. Then how does it work in that scenario?
See, here there is one concept. There are some activities which are carried on at every month end, right? So quarterly financial statements and monthly financial statements and half yearly financial statements, right? They need not do any specific adjustments because these adjustments are taken care as part of the month end activities. But the adjustments are to be done, right, at the end of the year. And also monthly financial statements and quarterly financial statements and half yearly financial statements, they are called provisional financial statements, right? So the provisional financial statements are accepted. Generally, we never make any adjustments for the monthly, quarterly, half yearly financial statements, right? But suppose, for example, this is October, right? So we are preparing financial statements for the month of September, okay? But you have to do some adjustments, for example. In that case, your fiscal year is not closed. Still, we are in the fiscal year 2017, October, right? But if you want to make adjustments in the September, you can post the transaction in the September by opening the September posting period. This is done in the posting period variant. So, for the purpose of preparing monthly financial statements, quarterly financial statements, and half yearly financial statements, there is no concept of special periods. Special periods are used only for the purpose of closing the year. Got it?
Okay, yeah.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Srinivas.
Yes, sir. Whatever the transactions whatever the transactions we are posted in special periods, it will come to present fiscal year or previous fiscal year too.
Previous fiscal
So
year.
now you are posted. Uh, just now you are posted on 3rd June 2017. It is a special period. June is 50th period, I think. Hello.
Yeah, I'm listening to you, Sinwas.
Yes, sir. You are posted on the 3rd June 2017. June means a special period, 15th period. So
Yeah.
it will, whatever the transactions you are posted on 3rd June, it will come into 2017 or 2018, sir.
See, it depends on the period you give. See, if it is adjustment to the previous year, you enter the period number 15, right? Suppose if it is the business transaction relating to current year, you enter the period number 3. So if you give the period number 3, that is posted in the fiscal year 2018. But if you give the period number 15, that is posted to the previous year.
Okay.
Got it? No?
Yes, sir, I got it. But where to mention that 15 is,
I have not yet shown you, right? In the, for example, I think already you have learned a little bit SAP. In the transaction code F-02, you post the transactions, right? In the transaction code F-02, you post the transactions. So if you go to F-02, there you can find the period in the document header column, right?
yes, sir.
So you have
Yes,
one
sir.
column period. So there you enter the period number.
Okay.
That is Gadi. That is called that is called first calendar year. Gadi is asking one question. Just look at that. If six periods fallen under one calendar year, then that is represented to the first calendar year. Okay. For example, July to June, July 2017 to June 2018, right? So in that case, 6 months are falling in 2017 and another 6 months are falling in 2018. In that case, first calendar year is taken to represent the fiscal year. So July 2017 to June 2018 is also called fiscal year 2017. And see the material. I hope I have sent the material to everybody, right? If anybody did not receive the material, please let me know. I will send again. Define fiscal year variant path, SPRO. So it is also job of the consultant. SPRO. Financial accounting. Financial accounting global settings. Fiscal year. Maintain fiscal year variant. See what I written in the material. No action required. Just to identify which fiscal year variant you want to use for your company code. So here, these are the fiscal year variants which were already defined in the system. For example, if you are in India, right, we have to use April to March. So for that, we have V3. See, April to March. Number of posting periods 12, number of special periods 4. Suppose if you want to use K4, suppose if you are in US, we have to use January, December. And in addition to January, December, I want to use 4 special periods. See, K4, 12 posting periods and 4 special posting periods. You have V6. V6 means July to June. V9 means October to September. So like that, almost all the posting period, all the fiscal year variants were defined in the system. But suppose if you don't find the fiscal year variant you require, how to define? We will discuss later on. That topic is also covered later on. So in the step number 2.1, you need not do anything. Then see the step number 2.2, assign company code to fiscal year variant. Path is same as above. Path is same as above. Or you can use the transaction code OB37. So whenever you see that path is same as above, you have to click on back arrow. This is called back arrow. You have to go on clicking on back arrow till you reach IMG screen. One second. Till you reach IMG screen. See. Again, I am executing the transaction code to show you. So we are in this screen. I told you path is same. Then you have to click on back arrow. Now assign company code to fiscal year variant. See, the data is locked by Arun and can be displayed only. Do you want to display locked data? Right? See here, this message is given by the system when multiple users are trying to access the same screen. So there is one user, Arun. So he is doing the practice with the fiscal year variant. So he has accessed the screen first. Now I am trying to access the same screen. So for the second user, it is giving the message. So if you get this message like this, you have to unlock the screens. So how to unlock the screens, I will tell you in tomorrow's class. But now I am doing the unlocking screens. How to do this, I will show you in tomorrow's class. Now see the material, click on position, click on position. This is called position button. Company code is equal to 3366. This is our company code. Click on enter. See, our company code has been taken in the first line. Fiscal year variant is equal to K4. If you are doing the practice with Indian company code, you enter V3. Click on save and enter. So today we have completed fiscal year variant. So tomorrow we start chart of accounts. Because chart of accounts takes nearly another half an hour, 35 minutes to explain. So time is not sufficient. So we will discuss this chart of accounts tomorrow class. Akila, you have any questions in today's class? Anil, you have any questions? Chandrasekhar, okay Akila. Chandrasekhar, okay Anil. Gadi, any questions? Okay. Then Himasaileja, okay Tafik. Manoj, okay Hima.
Hi, Lakshman.
Yeah,
I have
Manoj.
one question.
Yeah, tell me.
Say, how many years advance we can define the fiscal year in the system, or is it like
No.
we
You
need to?
cannot define any advanced years, right? You can define only the current year. See, actually what happens is the calendar years were already defined in the software, right? So when you have the calendar year as your fiscal year, you can have up to 9,999 years. There is no limit. But when it comes to the question of non-calendar year, right, you have to define the period separately. In that case, we can define only 1 year ahead. That's it. I mean, only 1 year. That is current year only we define. Then automatically, the system automatically shifts itself to next fiscal years.
Okay.
Srinivas, you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Sunil. Sunil. Teja, Tafik said he did not have any questions. Teja.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. And Teja, you can continue in this batch, and this is the link for every day. Okay.
Okay, sure, sir. Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, then see you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day.
Hello.
Yes, Zerisha.
Yeah, sir. When I'm doing the, when I did the company, when I'm doing the company code, then it is saying the wrong. It is saying in the data was not saved. It is saying that.
What is this?
If I'm giving if I'm giving the 3366 LG, then it is saying the company code is already existing. It is saying
Yeah.
like that. Sir.
See, what you have to do is you have to use the identification which was not already used. So 3366 is our, for example, in the class. So you have to use
Okay.
another identification. Then only it will accept.
Okay. Okay, sir. Is there any procedure to keep the company code to be remembered, sir?
No, you have to remember there isn't any procedure.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
See, in the previous class we have seen fiscal year variant. Now, chart of accounts. So first I will explain the concept of chart of accounts. Then we will see how to maintain the chart of accounts. Chart of accounts. It is the list of general ledger accounts used by the organization. Here, in the real time, every company code will use hundreds and thousands of ledger accounts like rent account, wages account, salaries account, share capital account, postage account, traveling expense account, etc. etc. All the GL accounts together is called chart of accounts in SAP terminology. So it is compulsory to define the chart of accounts before creating any general ledger master record. General ledger master record means ledger account. So before creating any ledger account, it is compulsory that we should define one chart of accounts, and that chart of accounts should be assigned to the company code. Otherwise, it will not allow us to create the GL account master records. So in the chart of accounts, for every GL account, it contains the information. The chart of accounts for every GL account contains the information like name of the GL account number, account group, maintenance language, etc. etc. So in short, the chart of accounts determines the structure of the GL accounts. The chart of accounts determines the structure of the GL accounts. That is the main function of the chart of accounts. So here in SAP, there are three types of chart of accounts. Number one, operating chart of accounts. So it is the list of all the general ledger accounts to which the daily business transactions are posted. And it is compulsory for every company code that it should be assigned with one operational chart of accounts. Means here, chart of accounts and operational chart of accounts both are same. When you say chart of accounts, it implies operational chart of accounts only. And when you say operational chart of accounts, it implies chart of accounts only. So it is compulsory that every company code should be assigned with one operational chart of accounts. Then, during the daily management of the business, we incur number of expenses, number of revenues, and we receive some assets, right? We incur some liabilities of all these things. So during the daily management of the business, these business transactions are posted into the GL accounts of these operational chart of accounts. And the financial statements are prepared from the operational chart of accounts only according to the legal requirements of the country in which we are doing the business. So that is the purpose of this operational chart of accounts. Then we have another one, group chart of accounts. It contains a list of general ledger accounts used by the corporate group to prepare the consolidated financial statements, and its definition is optional. As I said, company represents the group. So the purpose of the company is to prepare the consolidated financial statements. So if you want to prepare the consolidated financial statements, then only we have to create a company. Similarly, then only you have to define group chart of accounts. So without group chart of accounts, it's not possible to create the consolidated financial statements. As the company creation is optional, the definition of group chart of accounts is also optional. Then we have third one, country specific chart of accounts. It contains the general ledger accounts required to meet the country specific legal requirements. It contains the general ledger accounts required to meet the country specific legal requirements. Means what? Suppose, for example, let us take one example. See, our company code is 3366. So it is in US. Now, this company code 3366 has to prepare the financial statements according to the legal requirements of US Companies Act. For that purpose, we need to maintain some set of ledger accounts. So all this set of ledger accounts is called operational chart of accounts. For this operational chart of accounts, we have to give one name. Let us say ABC1. So this is operational chart of accounts. COA means chart of accounts. So this is the operational chart of accounts for the company code 3366. Now, this US company code is also carrying on business in India. So for the Indian entity, you have to maintain one more company code. So let us say that company code is 3377, that is in India. Now, because this company code is basically registered under the Indian Companies Act, it has to prepare the financial statements according to the legal requirements of Indian Companies Act. For that purpose, it needs to maintain some set of GL accounts. That set of GL accounts is operational chart of accounts for the Indian company code. For this operational chart of accounts, let us give one name XYZ, XYZ1. So this is the operational chart of accounts for Indian company code. I hope till now it's clear for everybody. Now, majority of the share capital of Indian company code is held by US company code. So in this case, the US company code is called holding company code and Indian company code is called subsidiary company code. Now, in the US Companies Act, there is one legal requirement that if any US company is carrying on business outside US, that US company has to report to the US government on the operations of its foreign entity. Now, the US Company Code will ask Indian Company Code now to prepare its financial statements according to US Companies Act requirements also. Now you think as Indian Company Code. Indian Company Code has to prepare two sets of financial statements. One set of financial statements is according to Indian Companies Act, for which purpose we are using XYZ1 operational chart of accounts. Then it has to prepare another set of financial statements according to US Companies Act. So in order to meet the US Companies Act, what is the chart of accounts the US Company Code is using? ABC1. Now, this Indian Company Code also has to prepare the financial statements according to ABC1 chart of accounts also. In this case, ABC1 is called country specific chart of accounts. Here you may get some doubts, right? I will explain them. Please wait. Huh? So first you understand the concept of country specific chart of accounts. Now, again, let us assume that this US company code is also carrying on business in UK. So again, UK means it's a separate country, right? So we have to create one company code for the UK entity. Let us say that is 3388. So this is UK company code. So this company code has to prepare the financial statements according to UK Companies Act, for which purpose we are maintaining another set of GL accounts. Let us say that is PQR1. So this is operational chart of accounts for UK company code. Again, majority of the share capital of UK company code is contributed by US company code. Now again, the UK company code has to prepare the financial statements according to US Companies Act, for which purpose it uses ABC1. So ABC1 will be country specific chart of accounts for UK company code again. So in short, country specific chart of accounts means for the subsidiary company code, it is the operational chart of accounts of the parent company code if the parent company code and subsidiary company code are lying in the different countries. That is the concept of country specific chart of accounts. Now, here one doubt is there. In India, fiscal year is April to March, but in US, fiscal year is January to December. So, how to maintain the books of accounts simultaneously for two fiscal year variants? That is possible, right? We can maintain the separate set of books of accounts according to multiple fiscal year variants at the same time. For that purpose, in SAP, there is one concept which is called parallel ledger accounting. And this is the part of new general ledger accounting. So using the parallel ledger accounting, you can maintain the books of accounts simultaneously according to different fiscal year variants, right? So how to configure for parallel ledger accounting, we will discuss later on in controlling. So that is one point. And one more thing is, here the user will post the user in the Indian company code will post the transactions only in the GL accounts of this operational chart of accounts. Then the GL accounts of this country specific chart of accounts are automatically updated. For that purpose, we need to link the GL accounts of country specific chart of accounts with the operational chart of accounts. This link we provide in the GL master records, where we will discuss, I will show you at the time of creating GL account master records in the general ledger accounting. At this point of time, to the extent what you have to understand is, what is the concept of country specific chart of accounts? Now, here a chart of accounts can be used by one or more company codes. See, when several company codes are using the same chart of accounts, the name of the account, general ledger account number and account group will be same in all the company codes. When several company codes are using the same chart of accounts, the GL account name, account number and the account group etc. will be same in all the company codes. Why? Because this is the information that is contained in the chart of accounts for every GL account. So when several company codes are using the same chart of accounts, the information contained in the chart of accounts will be same in all the company codes. But see, I told you the purpose, right? It is compulsory that we should use one operational chart of accounts, right, Anil? But if the need arises, right, if your share capital is owned by another company code which is lying outside your home country, then we have to use the country specific chart of accounts. Otherwise, country specific chart of accounts is not at all necessary. But we should use one operational chart of accounts. Now, here, when several company codes are using the same chart of accounts, whatever the information that is contained in the chart of accounts will be same in all the company codes. But to use the same chart of accounts for several company codes, some conditions must be satisfied. Number one, all the company codes should be in the same nature of business, and all the company codes should use the same fiscal year variant, or all the company codes should be lying in the same country. Why all the company codes should be in the same nature of business? For example, company code 1 and company code 2. We have two company codes. So company code 1 is in the textiles manufacturing and company code 2 is in the chemicals manufacturing. In that case, nature of GL accounts and structure of GL accounts can be same? No, because we maintain the GL accounts based on the nature of business. So when several company codes are in the different nature of business, we cannot use the same chart of accounts. In that case, each company code has to have its own separate chart of accounts. Otherwise, If the company code 1 and company code 2 are in the chemicals manufacturing, in that case, nature of GL accounts can be same in both the company codes, no? Then they can use the same chart of accounts. Similarly, all the company codes should be lying in the same country. For example, company code 1 is in India and company code 2 is in US, right? So generally we maintain the GL accounts according to legal requirements of the country in which you are doing the business, right? So in that case, we cannot use the same chart of accounts for Indian company code and US company code because the legal compliance is entirely different. So unless these two conditions are satisfied, we cannot use the same chart of accounts for all the company codes. I hope it's clear. So all this explanation I've given in your notes, don't worry, I will show you that. Then a company code can have two chart of accounts. Here, please remember, can have. If necessary, a company code can have only two chart of accounts. Otherwise, if there is no necessity, you can have only one chart of accounts, which is compulsory, and that is your operational chart of accounts. So this is the concept of chart of accounts. See, in your notes, I have given this. See here. Okay. Just to go through these notes before doing the practice. Now see the material. Define chart of accounts. So first let us log in. And while doing the class, right, don't do anybody practice, right? While I'm explaining the settings in the system, don't log in anybody into the system. SPRO. So it is also consultant setting. Financial accounting, general ledger accounting, GL accounts, master data, preparations, edit chart of accounts list. Click on new entries. So for the chart of accounts, we have to give one name. I am using the company code name only. So as I said, if you use the different identifications for different objects, it will be difficult for us to remember the identifications. That's why everywhere, wherever it is possible, we use the company code identification only. So chart of accounts is equal to 3366. Description is equal to chart of accounts for 3366. Chart of accounts for 3366. Maintenance language is equal to English. Maintenance language is equal to English. Length of GL account number is equal to 06. Length of GL account number is equal to 06. Within brackets, the maximum length of the GL account number, the maximum length of the GL account number is 10 digits. So here I told you that every GL account is identified with a number. So that number is called GL account code. So how many number of digits you want to have in that GL account number? That number of digits are defined here. So just like that, I specified that 06. See, if you enter 06 here, we can create up to 9,99,999 GL accounts because the biggest number containing 6 digits is this number. See, even though we can use up to 10 digits, generally we never use that many number of digits. Generally, we use either 5 digits or 6 digits or 7 digits. Among 5 and 6 and 7, again, most common number of digits is 6. Suppose if you enter 01, you can create only 9 accounts. because the biggest number containing single digit is 9. Suppose if you enter 02, we can create only 99 accounts. If you enter 03, we can create only 999 GL accounts. So the number of digits you specify here, will determine the number of GL accounts you can create. So generally we use 6 digits. That's why in our class also I have taken 6 digits. Click on save and enter. See the next step. What is this controlling integration? This we will discuss at the time of controlling. Then see the step number 3 point.
Hello.
Yeah, Srinivas. Your voice is very, very low, Srinivas.
Yes, sir. Sir, their group set of accounts will be there, no, sir?
Yeah. See here, group chart of accounts. Actually, I want to explain you later, but anyhow. See, suppose you have the company. So for the company, you define the group chart of accounts. Then you have 3 company codes, and each company code is using their own operational chart of accounts. For the purpose of preparing the consolidated financial statements, right? In the operational chart of accounts of every company code, we have to assign the group chart of accounts. Then the operational chart of accounts of 3 company codes will be linked with the group chart of accounts, which is very much necessary for preparing consolidated financial statements. Clear, Srinivas?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And suppose if you select blocked, you cannot create the GL accounts in this chart of accounts. So blocking we will discuss in general ledger accounting beginning. Now, see the step number 3. Assign company code to chart of accounts. Path is same as above. So whenever you see path is same as above, click on back arrow till you reach IMG screen. Assign company code to chart of accounts. Click on position. Company code is equal to 3366. Company code is equal to 3366. Click on enter. Chart of accounts is equal to 3366. Chart of accounts is equal to 3366. Click on save. See here, for the company code 3366, chart of accounts 3366. So here CHRTACCTS means chart of accounts. Then you have CTY means this is country specific chart of accounts. So if you have the parent company code or holding company code lying outside US, and the operational chart of accounts of that company code has to be assigned here as country specific chart of accounts for company code 3366. So in any case, a company code can have only 2 chart of accounts. You don't have more than 2 chart of accounts fields here. Operational chart of accounts and country specific chart of accounts.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Srinivas.
Hello.
Yes, Srinivas.
Sir, what about group chart of accounts? You are saying that only we can assign 2 chart of accounts for each company code.
See, group is different, boss, right? See, group is different from company code. Company code is a separate legal entity, and for each company code, we can use only 2 chart of accounts. It's not my own statement, right? It is, you can observe this from the screen itself. You cannot assign more than 2 chart of accounts for a company code. This is for the purpose of company code. Then coming to group chart of accounts. Group chart of accounts is used to prepare the consolidated financial statements. For example, you have A company code, B company code, and C company code. So the sum of the financial statements of these 3 company codes are called consolidated financial statements. So for A company code, you define one operational chart of accounts. For B company code, you define one operational chart of accounts. For C company code, you define one more operational chart of accounts. Then in the operational chart of accounts of a company code, you assign the group chart of accounts. Then, for example, 4141 is also your company code under the group. So for 4141 chart of accounts also, you assign the group chart of accounts. Then 4242 is also your company code of the group. In that case, in 4242 chart of accounts also, we assign the group chart of accounts. That is the difference. We are not assigning the group chart of accounts to company code. We are assigning the group chart of accounts to the operational chart of accounts. Now, tell me, a company code can have how many number of chart of accounts? Only 2.
2.
Now clear, no?
Yes, sir.
Group chart of accounts, we are not assigning to company code. We are assigning to operational chart of accounts. Okay. Now, see the next topic. Define account groups. So, what is the account groups? First, let us try to understand the concept. Account groups. All the general ledger accounts of the organization are classified into different groups for the easy and convenient management of GL accounts. They are called account groups. And the GL account master records are created under the respective account group. Here, in the real time, every company code will use hundreds and thousands of ledger accounts. For the purpose of easy and convenient management of all these ledger accounts, based on some common parameters, we group them together. So these are called account groups or GL account groups. And the individual GL accounts are created under the respective GL account groups. Means, suppose you have one shared capital group. Under the shared capital group, we create all the GL accounts related to shared capital accounts. Like that, based on some common parameters, we group the GL accounts together and they are called GL account groups. And as I said, the individual GL accounts are created under the respective groups. And one more thing is, every GL account is identified with a number. Every GL account is identified with a number, right? So, for this purpose, for every account group, we create and assign a number range. Number range means from number and to number. 100 to 200, this is called one number range. 1000 to 1200, that is called one number range. So in SAP, we use the number ranges very frequently. So range means always from number and to number. So at the time of creating the account group, we create and assign a number range for every account group based on the requirement. Then, at the time of creating the GL account, first we have to identify the account group under which the GL account is to be created, and from the number range of that account group, you have to select one number. That number should be given to GL account. That is one of the functions of the account groups. So the functions of the account group is to determine a number to be given to GL account master record. So based on the business requirement, we can define any number of account groups. We can define any number of account groups, but minimum there should be 2 account groups. See, there is no limit to the maximum number of GL account groups, but there should be minimum 2 GL account groups. That is balance sheet accounts group and profit and loss accounts group. Means what? See here, there should be minimum 2 account groups. Means balance sheet accounts group and profit loss accounts group. So all the GL accounts which are displayed in the balance sheet can be taken as one account group. Here I am using can be taken. It's not the principle or it's not mandatory. All the GL accounts displayed in the balance sheet can be taken as one account group, and all the GL accounts which are displayed in the P&L account can be taken as one account group. This is called similarity. What is the similarity? Being displayed in balance sheet and being displayed in P&L account. That is called similarity. Now coming to balance sheet account. If you take the balance sheet, you have two sides, liability side and asset side, right? In that case, if necessary and if the client requires, all the GL accounts which are displayed in the liability side of the balance sheet can be taken as one account group. And all the GL accounts which are displayed on the asset side of the balance sheet can be taken as another account group. Then coming to P&L account, we have the expenditure side and income side. So all the GL accounts displayed on the expenditure side of the P&L account can be taken as one account group, and all the GL accounts displayed on the income side of the P&L account can be taken as one account group. Otherwise, if the need arises or if the client requires, suppose if you take liabilities, on the liability side, how you have to classify your GL accounts? Classifying the GL accounts means under what headings you have to display your GL accounts on the liability side. For example, share capital. In that case, share capital can be created as one account group. Then, when you create the share capital as one account group, all the GL accounts relating to share capital are created under the share capital account group. Like what? Equity share capital account, preference share capital account, redeemable preference share capital account, irredeemable preference share capital account, then subscribed share capital, issued share capital, paid up share capital. Like that, all the GL accounts relating to share capital are created under the share capital account group. Clear? Then we can create reserves and surpluses as another account group. In that case, all the GL accounts relating to reserves are created under this account group, like general reserve, capital reserve, dividend equalization reserve, sinking fund reserve, revaluation reserve, dividend equalization reserve, investment reserve. So all the reserve related accounts are created under the reserves and surpluses account group. That's what I told you. The individual GL accounts are created under the respective account groups. Then accumulated depreciation can be taken as another account group. In that case, accumulated depreciation on plant and machinery, accumulated depreciation on furniture, accumulated depreciation on buildings. Like that, accumulated depreciation accounts on all the assets are created under this account group. Then secured loans. Secured loans can be created as one account group. In that case, debentures, term loans, and all the loans which are secured by the assets of the company are created under the secured loans. Then unsecured loans. The loans which are not secured by any assets of the company are called unsecured loans. And these unsecured loans accounts are created under the unsecured loans account group. For example, loans from the relatives of the directors, loans from the friends of the directors, loans from the directors themselves, etc. etc. Then current liabilities and provisions. So current liabilities and provisions can be taken as one account group. Like in that case, sundry creditors, expenses payable, then provision for different doubtful debts, then incomes received in advance. So all the GL accounts relating to current liabilities are created under this account group. Then coming to asset side, fixed assets. Fixed assets can be taken as one account group in that case. Then land account, buildings account, plant and machinery account, vehicles account. Like that, all the fixed assets accounts are created under that account group. Then current assets, loans and advances. So sundry debtors, stock accounts, work in progress account, finished goods stock account, raw material inventory accounts, then expenses paid in advance, incomes receivables. Like that, all the GL accounts relating to current assets are created under this account group. Like that, then coming to expenditure side, raw material consumption can be one account group, personal cost can be one account group, manufacturing cost can be one account group, administration cost can be one account group, interest, depreciation. So you can have any number of account groups again. Then coming to income side, sales, other incomes, and increase or decrease of stocks. Like that, we can have any number of account groups. But how do we decide how many number of account groups you create? Always the best practice. Actually, we can say that it depends upon the client requirement. But sometimes we have to let us discuss. Anil, let us discuss. See, are you clear with the chart of account? Are you clear with the account groups? Okay, that's fine. Who will take the duty of the creation of GL accounts, right? We will discuss at the time of general ledger accounting, right? Because we will discuss everything at the relevant points. Now, tell me how many number of account groups you have to create. What I mean to say here is, first to concentrate, right? See, you might have worked with some of the transaction codes of the SAP, right? So forget about everything, whatever you know about SAP, forget about everything. Please be there in the class as if you don't know anything, right? Then only you will get something. When I'm explaining the account groups, it's only an advice I'm telling you. When I'm explaining the chart of account, account groups, if you're thinking about the GL master records, you are losing something in the account groups. It doesn't mean that you should not ask any doubts. What I mean to say is, you be along with me only. So you may be having some doubts in general ledger because already you have worked in the general ledger, you have taken the training somewhere. Like that, you may be having some this thing, right? But in my class, what I insist on every student is, what are the things you know in SAP, forget about them. Because nobody will give you this much explanation. That is damn sure. And also, you are going to get a number of questions from this explanation only in the interviews. And please remember, it doesn't mean that you should not ask any doubts. You ask the doubts on the current topic. So when you can ask the doubts in the current topic, when you concentrate on the current topic, that is my way of explanation, right? That is the way of dealing with the class, right? Please remember, Anil, I never tell you that don't ask any doubts. You concentrate on the current topic, try to understand the current topic, then you come with the doubts with the current topic. We are going to cover very logically everything. And at the end of FI, right, I will show you the realistic P&L account and balance sheet. Yes. Now, in the real time, how do we decide how many number of GL accounts, how do we decide how many number of GL account groups we create? The best practice is to look into the balance sheet and the P&L account display requirements. Means how you have to classify your GL accounts on the liability side and asset side of the balance sheet, and on the income side and expenditure side of the balance sheet. Based on that, if you create that many number of account groups, at the time of preparing financial statements, the work of the consultant will become very easy. So that is the best practice. But technically speaking, right, we can create any number of account groups, but minimum there should be 2 account groups. And one more thing, there is no concept of main group and subgroup. There is no concept of main group and subgroup. Here, just to make you understand, I have started from the highest level of accounting, balance sheet accounts and profit and loss accounts. Then I have started digging down to lowest level of account groups, right? Means you can have only these 2 account groups. You can have only these 2, balance sheet accounts and profit and loss accounts. Or you can have only these 4. Or you can have all the headings below this line as your account groups. There is no hierarchy. There is no main group and subgroup. So in our class, I am going to create this many number of account groups. Nearly 17 account groups I am going to create. So this is the concept of account groups. And one more thing here is, See, we can add the GL account groups during the fiscal year if the need arises. We can add any number of account groups during any fiscal year. Then we can also delete the account groups provided no accounts are created in that group. Means in any account group, if you have created some GL accounts, then it's not possible to delete them. It is not possible to delete the account groups. Right? So this
Sir, I have a doubt.
One second. Let me complete this. I will come to you. And here, the following are the functions of the GL account groups. Number one, to control the number to be allotted to the general ledger master record created under the respective group. Then, to control the display of fields to be maintained in the general ledger master records created under the respective group. That is, whether every field is required or optional or displayed or suppressed. The first function you can clearly understand at the beginning of the general ledger accounting. And the second function you can understand at the end of the general ledger accounting, because we have a separate topic on this. Tell me.
Sir, if you have created liability is a group, you can't able to create share capital as a group, right?
Exactly. You are right.
You should not create liability group as a group.
Yes.
If you want to create a share capital, right, sir?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
That's what I told you.
Okay,
Here, you can create only these two headings as account groups, or you can create only these four as account groups, or these headings.
Oh, got it, sir. You have used R.
Yes, R. Now let us see how to maintain the account groups. Path is same as above. Transaction code OBD4. See, define account groups. Click on new entries. Chart of accounts. See in your material, right, in the first column, please write your chart of accounts. Please write your chart of accounts. 3366, 3366. In every row, in the first column, you please write 3366, 3366 like that. So in our class, I am going to create these as account groups. Okay. Now, for every, chart of accounts is equal to 3366, account group, SCPL. Means for every account group, you have to give one number. That number can be alphanumeric and it contain up to 4 characters. Just like that, I have taken SCPL. Then name is equal to share capital. From account is 1 lakh to 1,99,000. So why from account to 1 lakh? I told you, no. Every GL account is identified with a number, and in our chart of accounts, you defined that the GL account number can contain up to 6 digits. Based on that, we can start from 1 also. 1 to 100 also we can give. Up to 6 digits means we can give 1 to 100 also. But for the uniformity purpose, I have started with 1 lakh because the smallest number containing 6 digits is 1 lakh. This is only for the uniformity purpose, so that every GL account contains 6 digits. That's why I have started from 1 lakh for from account. Then to account, I have given 1,99,000 because there is a need to create 100 GL accounts under the share capital. Every GL account is identified with one number. So 100 GL accounts, 100 numbers. That's why I have taken to account 1,99,000. Suppose if there is a need to create 500 GL accounts, you enter 1 lakh to 1,500,000. As simple as that. But the question here is, how do we decide how many number of GL accounts you have to create under the share capital as a consultant? As a consultant, we don't decide. Here, the accounts department will tell you, right, how many number of GL accounts they are maintaining relating to share capital in the present system of accounting. So, for that existing number, we add some buffer, keeping in view the future expansion requirements of your client company. Then we decide the 2 number. So in our class, just like that, I'm maintaining 100 range. This is called range from 2. Then chart of accounts is equal to 3366. Then account group RSPL, reserves and surpluses. From account is 100 100 to 100 199. Here every account group has to have a separate number range. One number range cannot be used for multiple account groups. So for share capital, we have given 1 lakh to 1 lakh 99. So for reserves and surpluses, I have started from 1 lakh 100. You cannot start from 1 lakh 99 because numbers cannot be overlapping. Do one thing. Okay, I will tell you at the end of the class to write. Then chart of accounts 3366. ACDN. I have used SCPL, RSPL, ACDN just like that. So account group is equal to ACDN. Name is equal to accumulated depreciation. From account is 100 200 to 100 299. Chart of accounts 3366. SCLN, secured loans. From account is 1 lakh 300 to 1 lakh 399. Chart of accounts 3366. CLPR, sorry, UNSL, I think. Unsecured loans. From account is 100 400 to 100 499. Chart of accounts 3366. CLPR, current liabilities and provisions. From account is 100 500 to 100 599. Then chart of accounts 3366. FAST, fixed assets. From account is 200,000 to 200,099. Now, why I have started from 200,000 for fixed assets? I will tell you two reasons. Here I told you that during any fiscal year, we can add the account groups, right? So for example, next year, you may have to add some more account groups on the liability side. In that case, the account group should have the number. Without number range, you cannot define the account group, right? So in order to accommodate another account group on the liability side, I have left over all the numbers from 1 lakh 600 to 1 lakh 99,999 because fixed assets is the asset side, right? That is one reason. Now, from the user point of view, every GL account whose number starts with 1 is a liability account. Just observe this. Share capital, reserves and surpluses, accumulated depreciation, secured loans, unsecured loans, current liabilities. These are all your liability side. So every GL account which starts with the number 1 is a liability account. So user can easily understand. Then every GL account which starts with 2 is an asset account. That's why I have started from 2 lakhs for the fixed assets. Then chart of accounts 3366. CAST, current assets, loans and advances. From account is 2 lakh 100 to 2 lakh 199. Chart of accounts 3366. Sale. Now you have moved to income side of profit and loss account. Name sales. Now I am starting with 3 lakhs to 3 lakhs 99. So every GL account which starts with 3 is a revenue account. Chart of accounts 3366. Then OTHR, other incomes. From account is 3 lakh 100 to 3 lakh 199. Chart of accounts 3366. INCR, increase or decrease of stocks. From account is 3 lakh 200 to 3 lakh 299. Chart of accounts 3366. RMCN, raw material consumption. From account is 4 lakhs to 4,99,000. Chart of accounts 3366. PRSN personal cost from account is 4,100,000 to 4,199,000. Chart of accounts 3366. MFRG manufacturing cost from account is 4,200,000 to 4,299,000. Chart of accounts 3366. ADMM administration cost from account is 4,300,000 to 4,399,000. Chart of accounts 3366. INTR interest from account is 4,400,000 to 4,499,000. Chart of accounts 3366. DEPR depreciation from account is 4,500,000 to 4,599,000. Click on save. So for our training class purpose, we have created 17 account groups. Now let me explain other points relating to these account groups. So how these account groups are related to our company code. At the time of creating any group, we did not give any company code, right? Then how they are related to our company code? See, for each account group, you have given the chart of accounts, right? So in the previous step, right, we have assigned the chart of accounts 3366 to our company code. So all these account groups are related to our company code. And suppose we have A company code, B company code, C company code, right? And all the three company codes are using same chart of accounts. Means what? For all the three company codes, we assign the same chart of accounts 3366, right? In the previous screen. Then these account groups will be applicable to all the three company codes. That is what I told you in the chart of accounts. When several company codes are used in the same chart of accounts, the account group will be same in all the company codes. That is one point. Now, here, every account group has to have a separate number range. One number range cannot be given for multiple account groups. Please write down this point here. One second. Here you have some space in your material. Right? Please write down here. Otherwise, below the material also you can write. Wherever you find the space, you write. Every account group should have a separate number range. Every account group should have a separate number range. Now, one more thing here is, one more point I want to explain is, look at the screen everybody please. For share capital, we have defined 1 lakh to 1,99,000. Okay. Then immediately for reserves and surpluses, you have started from 1,100,000. Now, during one fiscal year, under the share capital, we have created all 100 GL accounts. Still, there is a need to create some more GL accounts, but your number range is exhausted. In that case, what to do? Without number, you cannot create the GL account. And the number range for share capital is over. Still, there is a need to create some more GL accounts under the share capital. That's why what we do is, in the real time, at the time of deciding these numbers, you keep some more buffer between the number ranges of two account groups. For example, for share capital, we have taken 1 lakh to 1,99,000. Then for reserves and surpluses, you can start from 1,01,000. 1,01,000. So that if the need arises, you can create some more GL accounts. Even if the number range is exhausted, we can extend the number of the account group. That's how in the real time, for every account group, you keep some more buffer. These are the points I want to explain further, right? So we have defined the account groups. So remaining things we will see in tomorrow's class. Akila, you have any question? Yeah, I'm coming, Chandrasekhar. See, if you have the question to the current topic, you can just like that type it in the chat box. No issues. Akila, you have any questions? Okay. Anil? Okay. Chandrasekhar, tell me, what's your question?
Yes, sir. You told that if share capital 1,99,000 is over, we can extend this 1,100,000 to 1,01,000, so that the first group extends. Hello.
Yes, yes, I'm listening to you.
In that case, suppose I've already used RSPL account number also, and I've created GLs under the RSPL.
That's why
Then
what I'm
I
telling
can.
is, no. What I'm telling is, for the resource and surpluses, see, at the time of the creation itself, right? For the resource and surpluses,
Oh, at the time of.
yeah. Not after creation, right? At the time of creating account groups itself, for reserves and surpluses, you start from 1,01,000.
Oh.
Got it, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Adi?
And one more question,
Yes.
sir. Can you explain what is increase or decrease in stock and consumption group?
See,
I have some doubt.
So the increase or decrease of stocks are used when we transfer the finished goods stocks from one location to another location, or when we transfer the finished goods from plant to finished goods warehouse. So the PL accounts are to be updated from SD, right?
Okay.
We discuss elaboratedly at the time of SD integration.
Okay, thank you.
Gadi, you have any questions?
Sir, I have one question.
Tell me.
Hello.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, when you are creating a business area and the company code, you have told that some line of activity, like manufacturing of chemical, manufacturing of paper and all.
Yeah.
Okay, now today you have told that those, groups, group in the sense line of activity as a company code. How can it possible? Under one company code, can we create a line of activities, or one line of activity itself can we create as a company code?
No. See, here under the same name, right? If you are doing the business, suppose you are the Tata Steels Limited, right? So under the same name, you are doing the business in the iron extraction, right? That is one line of activity. Then iron sheets manufacturing, that is another line of activity. Okay. So in that case, remember the name of under the same name, right? We have the two lines of activities. In that case, each line of activity is maybe a business area or a profit center based on the situation. Till now clear?
Okay.
Now,
yeah.
Coming to the same example. In order to do the iron ore extraction, right, you have created a separate legal entity. Okay? That's a company code. Then, in order to manufacture iron sheets, you have set up a separate legal entity. That is your another company code. So, for two line of activities, you have set up a separate two legal entities. For example, Tata Steel Extraction Limited, Tata Steel Sheets Manufacturing Limited. In that case, Tata Steel Extraction is a company code which is used to carry on the activity of steel extraction, and Tata Steel Sheets Manufacturing Company Limited is another company code. This is a separate legal entity which is set up for manufacturing of the steel sheets. See, in the name of the under the same name, if you are carrying on different activities, each line of activity may be a profit center or business area. But in order to carry on each line of activity, if they have set up a separate legal entity, then that separate legal entity will be created as one company code. Got it now?
Yeah, I got it. Is there any mandatory from the government to create, if you want to do a different business, you have to create a separate legal entity, right, sir?
Yes. Yes.
If
Generally,
you can't, like that, you can't do that.
one second. Generally, what happens is, at the time of formation of your company, you have to submit your memorandum of association, right? So in the memorandum
Okay.
of association, you have one clause, objective clause. So in the objective clause, we have to specify which type of businesses we are going to deal. Suppose you are expanding your business on the basis of your objective clause, then there is no need for separate legal entity. Suppose if you want to start a business which is not there in your objective clause, then you have to set up a legal entity. You are not permitted to start a business which was not there in your objective clause.
Got it, sir.
Yeah. Then
Thank you, sir.
now it's clear, no?
Yeah, it's clear, sir. Thank you.
Now, Himasailaja, any questions? Okay. Manoj. Sunil, I think you came late, right? Teja, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Yeah. Within 2 minutes, you get the material, Himasailaja. Okay, then. See you tomorrow, same time. Good night and good day. Okay, Roni. So, we are in basic settings. In the previous class, we have completed account groups. Step number 3.3, we have completed in the previous class. Now, step number 3.4, define retained earnings account. So first I will explain what is the concept of retained earnings account. One second, let me close all other materials. Yes, Gadi. So first I will explain what is the concept of retained earnings account. See, retained earnings account. While creating the expenses accounts and incomes accounts, we have to specify the profit loss account type. That's why it is compulsory to create one retained earnings account. We can define any number of profit loss account types. For example, operating profit and loss account to know the operating profit, and non-operating profit and loss account to know the non-operating profit or loss. At the end of the year, the balances in these profit and loss accounts will be taken to the balance sheet. Means here we create some number of GL accounts. Among them, there are some expense accounts, some incomes accounts. But at the time of creating the incomes accounts and expense accounts, you may have to specify the profit loss account type. Like whether that GL account is related to operating profit and loss account, or whether that GL account is related to non-operating profit or loss. So if the requirement is to display operating profit separately and non-operating profit separately, then we have to define two profit loss account types. If necessary, we can define any number of profit loss account types, but minimum there should be one profit loss account type. If you don't create the profit loss account type, later on you cannot create the GL account master records. Suppose you have created two profit loss account types, operating profit loss account and non-operating profit loss account. Operating profit and loss account and non-operating profit and loss account. Then the balance in these two profit and loss account types will be transferred to balance sheet at the end of the year. So first let us do the step, then again I will explain. May I know who is this just now joined as ASH? Ash. May I know who is this? May I know who is this ASH? Ash. One second. Yeah, may I know who is this Ash? Okay. So first let us define the retained earnings account. Then we will see the other things relating to retained earnings account. Transaction code OB13. Sorry, OB53. Transaction code OB53 / and OB53. Chart of accounts is equal to 3366. Chart of accounts is equal to 3366. Click on enter. P&L statement account type is equal to X. We can give any identification. X, just like that I'm giving X. Account is 100 100. Account is 100 100. So why I have given the account number 100 100? See, the balance in the P&L account is displayed on the liability side of the balance sheet under the heading Reserves and Surpluses. See, the balance in the P&L account is displayed on the liability side under the heading Reserves and Surpluses. So this account is to be created under the account group Reserves and Surpluses. So for this Reserves and Surpluses account group, we have defined the number ranges 100 100 to 100 199. That's why I have taken this 100 100 now. That is the reason. But technically speaking, you can take any number between these two numbers. Click on save. And this is called warning message. See, account 100 100 not created in the chart of accounts 3366. It is called warning message. Actually, we have given the GL account number only here. We did not create the GL account. That's why it is giving this warning message. The GL account is created later on in the general ledger accounting. But for the time being, it is only a warning message, right? So you can just ignore it. To ignore the warning message, I told you to click on enter button. Now, here I told you that based on the client requirement, we can create any number of profit loss account types. Why? Let us take one example. See, for example, in the balance sheet, we have to display operating profit separately and non-operating profit separately. So how do we derive operating profit and how do we derive non-operating profit? We have to maintain two profit loss account types. So to derive the operating profit loss account, we have to maintain one GL account, operating profit loss account. Let us say this is type X. So this is 1,100,000. Then we have to define one more GL account, non-operating profit loss account. Let us say this is type Y and this number is 100 101. So we define two profit loss account types. But what is operating profit and what is non-operating profit? Here, operating profit or loss, it is the difference between operating revenues and operating expenses. Operating revenues means, again, these are the revenues generated from the main business operations of the company. Example, sales. So sales revenue is always called operating revenues. Then operating expenses. These are the expenses which are incurred to run the main business, like rent, wages, salaries, etc. etc. So all the expenses which are incurred to run your business are called operating expenses. So the difference between operating revenues and operating expenses is called operating profit or loss. Then coming to non-operating profit or loss. It is the difference between non-operating revenues and non-operating expenses. Again, what is the non-operating revenue? Okay, Ash. Okay, no problem. You continue in this class. Okay. You listen to this class, then we will see. Now, yeah. So non-operating profit or loss. It is the difference between non-operating revenues and non-operating expenses. Now, non-operating revenues means these are the revenues generated from the business operations which are not related to main business. Example, dividend on shares if the main business is textiles manufacturing. Here, our main business is, we are in the textiles manufacturing. So, we produce the textile products, we sell them. Then we get some revenue. That is called sales revenue. So, this is operating revenue. Now, this year, we are having some surplus funds. So, instead of keeping these surplus funds in the bank account, we have invested in the shares of other companies. Then, at the end of the year, that other company has declared the dividend. This is called non-operating revenue, because your main business is not making the investments in other companies. Your main business is textiles manufacturing. But because we are having some surplus funds, you invest in the shares of other companies, so you receive some revenue. That is the non-operating revenue. But if your main business itself is making the investments in other companies, yours is an investment company, then the dividend income will be operating revenue. That's how you have to decide whether the revenue is operating or non-operating. So if the revenue is related to main business, that is operating, otherwise non-operating. Then non-operating expenses. So these are the expenses incurred to earn non-operating revenues. Example, brokerage paid on purchase of shares. So in order to purchase the shares, you paid some commission to the stock exchange member. So that is called non-operating expenses. Now, whether it is a operating expenses, operating revenues, or non-operating expenses, non-operating revenues, we have to maintain the ledger accounts now. So at the time of creating the GL accounts, when you are creating the GL account salaries account, you specify type X. When you are creating the GL account rent account, you specify type X again. When you create the GL account wages, you specify type X. When you create the sales account, you specify type X. Means like this, for all the operating expenses and operating revenue accounts, you enter type X. Then at the end of the year, the balances in these GL accounts will be transferred to type X. What is type X? Operating profit and loss account. So the difference will be either operating profit or operating loss. Similarly, when you create when you create dividend on shares account, you enter type Y. You specify type Y. Then when you create the brokerage on shares account, you enter type Y. So what is type Y? Non-operating profit and loss account. So at the end of the year, the balances in these two GL accounts will be transferred to type Y, which means non-operating profit and loss account. Then the difference will be either non-operating profit or non-operating loss. That's how, with the help of the multiple P&L account types, we can meet the requirement of the client to display operating profit separately and non-operating profit separately. Let us take one more example. Just an assumption. We have to display trading profit separately, operating profit separately, non-operating profit separately. In that case, we maintain three profit loss account types. Trading account, type X. Operating profit loss account, type Y. Non-operating profit loss account, type Z. Here, I am using XYZ just like that. You can use any identification. But minimum to minimum, we have to define one profit loss account type. This is what we have done. Suppose, if you want to define type Y also, how to do that? Very simple. In the same screen, here in the same screen, type Y, account is 10101. Even it's a non-operating profit and loss, it is also part of your reserves and surpluses. So click on save. Ignore the message. So in our training class, we defined two profit and loss account types. Its effect I will show you at the time of creating the GL accounts. So this is the concept of retained earnings account. Now, if you see the material, posting period variant. So what is the posting period variant? First, let us try to understand. See, the posting periods are defined in the fiscal year variant. If you remember, in the fiscal year variant, you defined that normal posting periods are 12 and the special posting periods are 4. So, to prevent documents from being posted to wrong posting periods, desired periods can be closed. Usually, the current posting period is open and all other posting periods are closed. Means here in SAP, we have the functionality that we can post the business transactions into those periods which are opened for postings. See, for example, in the fiscal year variant, right, we defined that. Yeah, Jerisha, Himasalija, tell me.
Sir,
Your voice is breaking.
sir,
Yeah, Jerisha.
yeah, could you please go slowly, sir? Could you please explain slowly?
Okay. Now, see, in the fiscal year variant, we defined that normal periods are 12. Then special periods are 4. So normal periods 12 means one to 12. Okay. Then 4 special periods means 13, 14, 15, 16. So these are the special periods we have defined. Now, out of these 12 normal periods and 4 special periods, in SAP, we can define any number of periods opened for postings. Because in SAP, we can post the business transactions only those posting periods which are opened for postings. Technically speaking, we can open all the 12 normal periods and all the 4 special periods at a time. But we never do that. Generally, what we do is we open only the current period and all other periods are closed. So we are using calendar year as fiscal year, right? So according to the calendar year fiscal year, October is 10th period, right? So in that case, 1 to 9 are closed, only 10 is open and 11 and 12 are closed. 1 to 9 are closed and 11 to 12 are also closed. Only 10th period is opened. So in that case, we can post, the user can post the business transactions only in the 10th period. What is the advantage of this? At the time of posting every business transaction, the user has to enter a period, the user has to enter the date. For example, today date is, in India I'm talking, 6/10/2017. It is the Indian format date, month, year. So in India, 6/10/2017 is the date. So today I am posting one transaction. So I have to give this date, 6/10/2017. But by mistake, I have given 6/9/2017. In that case, system immediately throws error because 9th period is closed. So whenever I see the error, then I can know the reason. Oh, I have entered wrong date. So I will rectify the date, then it is posted. That's how, using the posting period variant, we can ensure that the business transactions are posted into correct posting periods. That is the advantage of the posting period variant. Now, one more thing is, we are in October, but I have forgotten to post some transactions in the month of July. Just now only I came to know. Then what to do? We can open the July period, which was closed. We can post the transaction. Again, we can close it. So we can open the closed periods also. If you want to post any transactions, then again, after posting the transactions, we can close the period. But to open the closed period, as a lower level employee, as an accountant, I don't have the authorization. Generally, the authorization to open the closed period is given to some higher level employee. For example, manager finance. So, as an accountant, I have to put one request to my manager finance, requesting him, sir, open the July period. It's not just giving the request. I have to give the reason why I'm requesting him to open the closed period. Then I have to say that, sir, I have forgotten to post some transactions in the month of July. So here what is happening again? I am also made automatically accountable for my own mistakes. That is the another advantage of posting period variant. So in short, in the posting period variant, we define how many number of normal periods are opened for postings and how many number of special periods are opened for adjustments. Now, generally we open only the current period and all other periods are closed. Technically, it is possible to open all the periods, but we never do that. And the periods are opened by specifying the range. Range means from period and to period. By specifying the range, we can open the periods. And at the end of the fiscal year, in addition to normal posting periods, the special periods are to be opened for the purpose of adjustments. So, this is the concept of posting period variant. See, the following activities are involved in the maintenance of posting period variant. Number one, define the posting period variant. Means first we have to define the posting period variant. Then assign the posting period variant to the company code. Then we have to open and close the posting periods. So we have to perform these three activities to open the periods. Now see the first step in the material. Step number 4.1. Definition of posting period variant. Path is SPRO, financial accounting, every month we have to open the period, Gadi. As a part of month-end activities, right, we open the next period. I will explain you. At the time of doing the setting, I will explain you. The special posting periods are opened at the end of the fiscal year. Akila, the special periods are opened at the end of the fiscal year. They are not opened during the fiscal year. So, path is SPRO, financial accounting global settings, document, posting periods, defining variants for open posting periods. Transaction code is not there. Please add the transaction code there. OBBO. For the step number 4.1. Transaction code is OBBO. Click on new entries. Variant is equal to, give some name. Let us use our company code name. See, if you have observed, everywhere I am giving, for every object, we are giving the company code name only, so that we can remember easily. Variant is equal to 3366. Name is equal to posting period variant for 3366. Name is equal to posting period variant for 3366. Click on save. Then see the step number 4.2. Assign posting period variant to company code. Path is same as above and the transaction code is not there. Please add the transaction code again, OBBP. OBBP. Path is same as above means you have to click on back arrow till you reach IMG screen. See, assign variants to company code. Click on position. So position button is very similar to search button. Click on position. Company code is 3366. Company code is equal 3366. Click on enter. Variant is equal to 3366. Our company code has been taken in the first line and against that variant is equal to 3366. Click on save. So we defined one variant and we have assigned this variant to the company code. Now we have to open the periods for the company code for the posting period variant. We have to open the periods for the posting period variant. Sorry. See the step number 4.3. Open and close posting periods. Path is same as above. Transaction code OB52. Transaction code OB52. So click on back arrow till you reach IMG screen. Whenever you see path is same as above, you have to click on back arrow. Sorry, 1 second. I'm sorry. So open and close posting periods. Click on new entries. Variant is equal to 3366. Variant is equal to 3366. Here, look at the screen, please. A for account type. A for account type. Account type is equal to plus. So what is the account type? Please go back to notes. Put heading account types. Put heading account types. The account types describe the nature of accounts, in SAP. The account types were already defined in the system. The account types were already defined in the system. We cannot define our own account types. We cannot define our own account types. The following are the account types. The following are the account types defined in the system. Number 1, GL accounts. Number 1, GL accounts. Within brackets, yes. So the GL account type is represented with the letter S. Number 2, vendor accounts. Within brackets K. Number 3, customer accounts. Within brackets D. Number 4, asset accounts. Within brackets A. Number 5, material accounts. Within brackets M. So here, these are the account types which were already defined in the system. So each account type is identified with one letter. We cannot change them. Now, here we have to enter account type. Means, to which account type you want to apply this post-import variant. Means, if you want to apply this post-import variant only for GL accounts, you enter yes. If you want to apply this post-import variant only for vendor accounts, you enter K. Means, you have this facility, to open different periods for different account types. That facility is available, but generally we open the same period for all account types. In order to specify that, we enter plus. So account type is equal to plus. Within brackets, please write down. Within account type is equal to plus. Within brackets, please write down. Plus indicates that the post-import variant is applicable to I'm sorry for today. The post-import variant is applicable to all account types. Now, here we have the two types of periods, normal posting periods and special posting periods. So we have to open the normal periods and special periods separately. So first we have to open normal periods. To open the normal periods, from period 1 is equal to 1. First to write down, I will explain. From period 1 is equal to 1. Year is equal to 2017. To period 12. Year is 2017. See, this is called range of periods. I told you, the periods are opened by specifying the range. Here, we have opened from first period of fiscal year 2017 to 12th period of fiscal year 2017. So, in our example, we have opened all the 12 normal periods. But how to open specific periods, I will show you. Now, first let us open special periods again. In order to open the special periods, from period 2 is equal to 13, year is equal to 2017, year is equal to 2017, and don't give the year 2018. If you give the year 2018, they open January 2019. So fiscal year only we have to enter, and these special periods are related to fiscal year 2017. To period 16, year 2017. Click on save and enter. Now, so in our training class, we have opened all the 12 normal periods and 4 special periods. But how to open only the current period? Very simple, just look at the screen. Current period is October, means 10th period, right? So from period 10, year 2017 to period 10, that's it. 10 to 10. Click on save. Suppose if you want to open July, August, September, October, right? So July means 7th period, right? In that case, you enter from period 7. From period 7, year 2017 to period 10, means 7 to 10. That is 4 periods are opened. Click on save. Okay, fine. We have opened only the current period. Right? Now, October is over. Then November comes. In order to enable the users to post the transactions in the November period is to be opened. So unless you open the November period, nobody will be able to post the transaction in the month of November. So at the end of every month, we perform some activities in accounting, and these activities are called month-end activities. As a part of month-end activities, we open the next period. So when the November comes, on the 31st October 2017, once the month-end activities are over, right, we come to the same screen. We enter the period number 11, year 2017, to period 11. That's it. Then only November is opened. So when you open the current month, when you open the current period, yes, Teja. See, I will come to that point. When you open the current period, the previous period is automatically closed. When you open the current period, the previous period is automatically closed. We need not do any separate activity to close the periods. So in our class, I am opening all the 12 periods. Click on save. Now, here you have from account and to account. Means we have the facility to open the separate periods for separate accounts also. But generally, right, we don't use it, but you have the facility to open the separate periods for separate accounts also. Because here you have the from account number and to account number. Now, okay, Teja. So if you don't give any account numbers, it is applicable to all the accounts. Now, here one more thing is, I told you that every month the new period is to be opened. To open the new period, right, the user has to come to the same screen. Okay. So from where did you come to this screen? Just let us go back. One second, let me check whether we have to save it or not. Okay. So to open the periods, you have to come to the same screen, right? So to this screen, you came from IMG screen. And I told you that IMG screen is always given access to consultants only. End users will not have the access to IMG screen. In that case, how the end user can open the periods? For opening the periods, again, you have to take the help of consultant. Right? To be speaking technically at this point of time, right? But that is not necessary. In order to open the periods, for the same screen, the path is also available from SAP Easy Access. This is called user level maintenance of posting periods. Put heading in the notes, please. At the end of every month, do one thing. Heading is user level maintenance of posting periods. User level maintenance of posting periods. At the end of every month, the user has to open the periods. The user has to open the periods. For this, path is also available. For this, path is also available from SAP Easy Access. From SAP Easy Access screen. This is called user level maintenance of, this is called user level maintenance of posting periods. Path. SAP Easy Access screen. Path. SAP Easy Access screen. Accounting. Financial accounting. General ledger. Environment. Current settings. Open and close posting periods. Transaction code. S underscore ALR underscore 8700 3642. S underscore ALR underscore 8700 3642. See, you came to the same screen. Click on position. Continue, please. Click on position. Posting period variant is equal to 3366. Click on position. Posting period variant is equal to 3366. Click on enter. Look at the screen, please. Click on enter. Look at the screen. Here, our posting period variant has been taken in the first line. Right? Change the periods as necessary. And click on save. So in our training class, we have the number of variants, right? Because number of students are there in the server and they are doing the practice. But in the real time, we have only one variant according to your company code only. Now, the next one is creation of number ranges for document types. This we'll see tomorrow. So this topic will straight away takes 45 minutes to explain you, right? That's why we will look into this topic in tomorrow's class. Akila, you have any questions today? Okay. Anil. Okay. Ash, do you have any questions in today's class? And one more thing, Ash and Roni, right? Once you register yourself, I will send you the recording of the previous classes. Chandrasekhar, can you please mute yourself? Whenever your turn comes, you can unmute yourself and you can ask me your doubts. Yeah. So till now, our morning batch, no? So, no, not this one. Daily morning batch. See, till now, 6 classes are over, right? So once you register yourself, I will send the recordings of the 6 classes, okay? And today is the 7th class. Then, Chandrasekhar, you have any doubts?
Yes, sir. Today class, there is no doubt. But for fiscal year, I've sent a mail, and for how to use on common chart of accounts.
Sorry, how to use?
Common chart of accounts for 2 company codes.
See, here, for example, yesterday we have defined our chart of accounts 3344, right?
Yes, sir. 366.
In the assigned company code to chart of accounts screen, right? We have assigned,
I have,
one second, we have assigned to our company code 3366 chart of accounts. Suppose, for example, 4455 is also your company code, right? Against this, we assign 3366 chart of accounts, and 4456 is also your chart, your company code. And if you want to use the same chart of accounts for that company code also, assign 3366. Like that, if you want to use the same chart of accounts for the multiple company codes, for against those multiple company codes, we assign the 3366 in this particular screen.
I have done this, sir, assignment. SU01 and SU02 is two company codes.
SU01 and SU02. Huh?
Yes. One is,
Yeah.
I have assigned here my chart of accounts SU01 to consultants and communications.
Okay.
Here I have a doubt. Consultants is different line of activity and communications is different line of activities.
Yes.
In that case, GLs varies, no?
That's why.
How to?
Yeah. That's why we cannot use the two chart of accounts for the. In that case, we cannot use the same chart of accounts to these company codes. Communications have to have its own chart of accounts, and the consultants has to have its own chart of accounts.
Yes.
So,
can you give me one example where we can use the same chart of accounts for both multiple company codes?
for example, you are in textiles manufacturing, right? Let us say Surya Textiles Industries Limited. Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir.
So Surya Textiles Industries Limited is your company code, right? Now, your turnover has been increasing like anything, and you have been earning more huge profits, on which you have to pay lot of income tax. Now, your tax planning team came into picture. They said, sir, in order to avoid huge imposition of income tax, right? Let us divide the present entity into another entity. Then you have created another company code. I mean, you have formed another legal entity under the Indian Companies Act, Suryavamshi Textiles Limited. Surya Textiles Limited is also yours. Suryavamshi Textiles Limited is also yours. And the nature of business is same. In that case,
same. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes. In that case, they can use the same chart of accounts.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And fiscal year, sir. One more question. If I started my company in the month of January, either I can show as a closing year in the month of March, or I can carry out to next year and show for 15 months as the end of the year.
Exactly.
Now I am closing my business in the month of July.
Okay.
So April, May, June, July, I have conducted my business.
Okay.
Now I am winding up my company.
Yes.
In that case, how to then will be July?
In that case, we have to define one shortened fiscal year, right? We have to define one shortened fiscal year. So this is called year-dependent fiscal year. So the shortened fiscal year and year-dependent fiscal years we did not cover till now.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sorry.
So no problem, Chandrasekhar. So we cover later. We do have the topic on shortened fiscal year and year-dependent fiscal year.
Yes.
Also,
yes,
I did not tell you how to create our own fiscal year variant. So these two topics are to be covered later.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Then Gadi, you have any questions?
Yes, sir. I have a question.
Tell me.
Same. Here only chart of accounts and special. I mean this country specific chart of accounts. Sir, actually in chart of accounts we have 100 GL accounts. Okay.
Okay.
And country specific chart of accounts we have 102 chart of account. I mean GL accounts.
Yes.
For the same company code, we have assigned both because we are running a
Yes.
business in other country also.
Yes. Yes.
For that we're supposed to give a report.
Yeah.
So how that chart of, I mean we post only transaction in chart of accounts.
Yes.
We will not post any transactions in country specific.
Yes.
Okay, how that will pick?
See, I am taking it another company code, right? Suppose we have a GL account 1,520,000. So for others, it will come later on, right? See, in the control data tab, right? I think you know there are two segments in the chart of there are two segments in the GL account. Company code segment and chart of account segment. So in the company code segment, we have an alternate account number field. So this is the GL account in the operational chart of accounts. So the GL account in the operational chart of accounts will be linked with the GL account in the country specific chart of accounts. So multiple GL accounts of the operational chart of accounts can be linked with the single GL account in the country specific chart of accounts. In that case, even though the number of GL accounts in two chart of accounts are different, there is no any issue.
Okay.
And again, we will discuss this elaboratedly at the time of creating our GL account master.
Okay, sir. And one more question, sir.
Yeah.
In today's class,
Hmm.
you have edited that period in the
Okay.
current period itself.
Yeah.
Is it possible, or we have to define one more row? We have to open one more period apart from that
No.
every month.
No. Every month you can edit the period. It's not
Okay.
necessary
You can just
variance every month. It is not necessary
Okay,
to fill the variance every month. You can edit the period for the existing variance.
okay, sir. Thank you.
Then Himasailaja, any questions? Then Manoj,
I'm fine.
okay.
Thanks.
Roni, okay, Gadi. Roni, okay. Roni, you want to continue in this batch? You have to confirm it, huh? Okay then. Then Srinivas, any questions?
Yes, sir. No.
Okay. Sunil, Tafik, okay. Teja, okay then. Okay, Ashu, I think you are also fine with this. Okay. Okay then. See you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
See, in yesterday's class, we have completed post-included variant. Now see the step number 5, creation of number ranges for document types. So first we have to understand what is document in SAP, then what is document type, and what are the number ranges for document types. So we will see one by one. If you see your notes material, document types and number ranges. The business transactions posted into the system through an accounting process called posting. As an evidence of posting, a record is generated and stored in the database. That is called document. So Entering the business transactions into the system is called posting. So when we enter a business transaction into the system, as an evidence of posting, a record is generated that is stored in the database. That record is called document. There are two categories of documents. Number one, original document. These include the vouchers, checkbook, purchase invoices, copies of sales invoices, receipts, etc. These are the basis for entering the business transaction into the system. Means here, not only in SAP, even in the normal accounting system also, in order to account for a business transaction, there should be documentary evidence. That documentary evidence is called original document. Without documentary evidence, we are not legally allowed to enter a business transaction into accounting system. For example, today we purchased materials. So for this business transaction, the documentary evidence is purchase invoice sent by vendor. Without purchase invoice sent by vendor, it is not possible, it is not legally allowed to enter that purchase transaction to system. Similarly, today we have paid rent. For this rent business transaction, the documentary evidence is rent receipt given by landlord. Rent receipt given by landlord. Then, today you paid some porter charges and the porter person cannot give us any receipt. Then what is the documentary evidence for this? At the time of paying the porter charges, the cashier will prepare one document. On that document, he puts the today's date and he will enter the name of the person to whom you are paying the porter charges, the account towards which you are paying, and amount in figures and amount in words. On the right hand side lower corner, he will take the signature of that porter. Then that becomes the original document. That is called voucher. So like that, for every business transaction, there should be documentary evidence. That documentary evidence is called original document. Then you have one more type of document, processing documents. These include recurring documents, sample documents, and accounting documents. So recurring documents, sample documents, we will discuss in the general ledger accounting. But at this point of time, what we have to understand is accounting documents. So accounting documents are also called generally documents. Whenever you say documents, it implies only accounting documents. So accounting documents means the accounting documents represent the posting of original documents into system. So in the other words, for example, accounting document is nothing but accounting entry, nothing else. Accounting document represent accounting entry posted into the books of accounts. In IT, accounting document is the accounting entry posted into SAP system. See, for example, today we have paid rent. Actually, this is the business transaction. For this business transaction, the document evidence is rent receipt. So based on this, on the evidence of this rent receipt, sorry, one second. So on the evidence of this rent receipt, we enter the accounting entry debiting rent account and crediting bank account. This is called accounting entry and accounting document. Similarly, today we have purchased raw materials. So this is the business transaction. For this business transaction, the physical documentary evidence and the original document is purchase invoice. Based on this purchase invoice, we enter the entry into accounting system, debit purchase account and credit vendor account. This is called accounting entry or accounting document. Like that, accounting document represents accounting entries or journal entries, nothing else. So for every business transaction, there are two types of documents available. Number one, original documents. These original documents are in the physical form. Once the documents are posted, once the entries are posted, these original documents will be kept in the files and the files will be kept in the record room. Another set of documents is existing in the database in the soft form. They are nothing but our accounting entries. So accounting document is a document. I hope it is clear for everybody. Then in SAP, every accounting document contains two parts. Number one, document header. This part contains the data such as document date, posting period, currency, company code, and the document type. If you notice, I put the document type words in the capitals because we are going to discuss what is document type now. Here, this document header totally describes the business transaction, on which day it was incurred, on which company code it was incurred, in which month it was incurred, in which currency the business transaction is incurred. Like that, all the details of the business transaction are contained in the document header. I will show you once we start the posting transactions. I will show you what is the document header. Then you have another part. Actually, the number is wrong. It's only 2. So document line item part. Document line item means what? For example, today we paid rent. Then we post the accounting entry, rent account data to cash. So in this accounting entry or in this accounting document, this is called one line item and this is called another line item. So line item means simply saying account. So the rent account is called one line item number 1 and the cash account is called line item number 2. And a document can contain up to 999 line items, including debits and credits. And one more thing here is, the total of the debits should be equal to total of the credits. And in order to post an accounting document, we require minimum 2 line items. One line item should be debit line item and the other line item should be credit line item. This is nothing but your double entry system of accounting, right? So the same principles also applies in SAP also. Now, the document line item part contains the data such as posting key, GL account number, and the account amount, etc. So the line item part also I will show you at the time of posting the transactions in the general ledger. Now, we have to understand what is this document type. What is this document type? Let us take one example. Today, we have incurred 2 business transactions and we have posted 2 accounting entries. Like rent account debtor $3,000 to bank, $3,000. Then we posted one more entry, material account debtor $5,000 to vendor account, $5,000. Now, by looking at these accounting entries, for example, rent account debtor to bank, what is the nature of this business transaction? Rent payment, right? Then material account debtor to vendor account, what is the nature of this transaction? Material purchase. So by just looking at these accounting entries, we can say the nature of the business transactions here, because we are having the accounting knowledge and we are the accounting professionals. That's why by just looking at the accounting entries, we can find out or we can understand the nature of the business transactions. But there are some people in the organization, who don't have any accounting background and who don't have any accounting knowledge at all, but still they are concerned with analysis of accounting reports. So in that case, how can they know the nature of the business transaction but by just looking at the accounting entries? It becomes very difficult for them. That's why SAP has developed a concept of document type. And these document types were already defined in the system. There are some 51 plus standard document types are available in the system. We can use them as it is. Otherwise, we can define or we can create our own document types. So, now here serial number, document type, description, account type, and number range. So serial, these are the sum of the document types which we frequently use, and these are the sum of the document types which are related to FI. So serial number 01, document type SA, description GL account posting, account type GL accounts. Document type 19, serial number 19, document type KR, description vendor invoice. Serial number 15, document type KZ, description vendor payment. Serial number 17, document type KA, vendor other document. So these three document types are related to vendor accounts. I will explain you. Then serial number 18, document type DR, customer invoice. Serial number 14, document type DZ, customer payment. Serial number 16, document type DA, customer other document. And these three document types are related to customer accounts. Then serial number 04, document type AF, depreciation, asset accounts. What is this? Here, for example, today we have paid rent. Then this is the business transactions to be entered into accounting system. So when the user enters this business transaction to system, an accounting document is posted, like rent account to bank. On the face of that accounting document, the system automatically gives the letters SA. When we post a business transaction, the general ledger accounting, an accounting document is posted. On the face of that accounting document, the system automatically gives the letters SA. Today, we purchased materials. We received the purchase invoice, and based on the purchase invoice, we have entered the accounting entry debiting purchase account, crediting vendor account. Means an accounting document is posted. On the face of that accounting document, the system automatically gives letters KR. System automatically gives. Then today we have done some payment to vendor. Vendor has given the receipt. Based on that receipt, we have posted the accounting entry vendor account to bank. On the face of that accounting entry, the system automatically gives the letters KZ. The system automatically gives the letter KZ. For example, today we returned some goods to vendor. So vendor has given the credit note. Then when the credit note is entered into system, an accounting entry is posted. On the face of that accounting entry, the system automatically gives the letters KA. Then similarly, when you post the sales invoice, the system automatically gives the letters DR. When you post the customer payment means payment received from the customer. The system automatically gives the letters DZ, then customer other document DA, then depreciation AF. Now, during the implementation, we have one phase wherein we provide the training to the end users, and also we prepare end user manuals. End user manuals describe how the end user transactions are to be entered into systems. These are called end user manuals. How to use the system. So these are contained in the end user manuals. So at the end of the classes, I will send you some templates for the end user manuals. Now, so in the training classes and also in the end user manuals, we clearly specify that, we clearly write that on the face of any accounting document, if you notice the letters SA, understand that that business transaction is related to GL account posting. The business transaction related to GL accounts. In the general ledger accounting, we can post only expenses and revenues. Then, on the face of any accounting document, if you notice the letter KR, understand that that business transaction related to vendor invoice. Vendor invoice means purchase. And on the face of any accounting document, if you notice the letters KZ, that business transaction related to vendor payment. And if you notice the letters KA, that business transaction related to vendor other document. Any business transaction relating to vendor other than invoice and payment is represented with KA. For example, purchase returns. Then similarly, on the face of any accounting document, if you notice the letter DR, understand that that business transaction is related to customer invoice. Customer invoice means sales invoice. If the document type is DZ on the face of any accounting document, it is related to customer payment. And if it is DA, sales returns. And if it is AF, depreciation. So with the help of the document types, user can easily understand the nature of the business transaction. See, here the document type controls the following. First, let us see the second one. The document type controls the following. It differentiates the business transactions among the account types, and for every account type, it differentiates among the nature of the business transaction. Means, if the document type is SA, account type is GL accounts. If the document type is either KR or KZ or KA, the business transaction is related to vendor accounts. If the document type is either DR or DZ or DA, the business transaction related to customer accounts. If the document type is AF, the business transaction is related to asset accounts. Asset accounts. This is one of the functions of the document types. The document types differentiates the business transactions among the account types. Then, for every account type, it also differentiates the nature of the business transaction. Means, if the document type is either KR or KZ or KA, basically the business transaction is related to vendor accounts. But among the vendor accounts, if the document type is KR, the business transaction is purchase invoice. If the document type is KZ, payment to vendor. If the document type is KA, vendor other document, that is purchase returns. Then, if the document type is either DR or DZ or DA, the business transaction is basically related to customer accounts. Among the customer accounts, if the document type is DR, customer invoice means sales invoice. If the document type is DZ, customer payment from customer. If the document type is DA, customer other document. And if the document type is AF, that is related to asset accounts. That is the concept of the document types. Till now, I hope it is clear to everybody. Now, in an accounting year, let us assume that in an accounting year, we have to post 1 lakh number of 100,000 or 1 lakh number of business transactions in the general ledger. Means 100,000 number of accounting documents are posted in the general ledger accounting. In that case, how to identify the individual documents posted in the general ledger accounting? Similarly, in an accounting year, there is a need to post 1 lakh number of purchase invoices. So when we post 1 lakh number of purchase invoices, 1 lakh number of accounting documents are posted. In that case, how to identify every individual document relating to purchase invoice posting? For that only, we use the number ranges. Number ranges means from number and to number. So every document, every individual document is identified with a number. That's why for every document type, we define the number ranges. And this number can contain up to 10 digits. This number can contain up to 10 digits. For example, for SA type, I want to define 1 to 1 lakh. I want to define, it's not mandatory, please remember. Based on the client requirement and based on the size of the organization and based on the volume of the transactions you have to post in the year, you have to define this much number range. For example, in our training class, for SA, I will define 1 to 100,000. For KR, 100,000 to 200,000. 100,001 to 200,000. For KZ, 200,001 to 300,000. For KA, 300,000 to 400,000. Then for DR, this is the number range. For DZ, this is the number range. For DA, this is the number range. And for AF, I want to define this number range. Now, let us assume today is first day of the accounting year. Then today, we have posted the first business transaction in the general ledger. Then the system will take number 1. When you post the second business transaction in the general ledger, it will take number 2. Third transaction, number 3. Fourth transaction, number 4. Like that, you can post up to 1 lakh number of business transactions in the general ledger in the year. Then, when you post the first purchase invoice in the accounting year, the system will take number 1 lakh 1. Second purchase invoice 1 lakh 2 or 100,002. When you post the third purchase invoice, it will take 100,002. Sorry, 100,003 and so on. When you post the first payment to vendor, the system will take 2 lakh 1. Second payment to vendor, 2 lakh 2. Third payment to vendor, 2 lakh 3. Like that, for the individual document types, the system will take the numbers from the defined number ranges. That's why for each document type, we have to define the number ranges. Right? Here, our first module is general ledger accounting. Probably we start the general ledger accounting next Wednesday or like that. Okay. So our first module is general ledger accounting. That's why at this point of time, we define the number ranges for document type SCA. For KR, KZ, KA, we define the number ranges in accounts payable. For DR, DZ, DA, we define the number ranges in account receivable. And for AF, we define the number ranges in asset accounting. Now, what is the serial number? This serial number, I will explain you. The impact of the serial number. No, you cannot differentiate with the month. Right? For that, system automatically uses one number, right, which is called reference number. So with the help of the reference number, you can identify the business transaction to which month it is related. I will show you what is that reference number at the time of posting the transactions. So for the serial number, for the document type SCA, we have the serial number 01. For document type KR, we have the serial number 19. So what is this document type? What is the serial number? This I will explain you at the time of doing the setting. So let us do the setting, and some other things are also there. Those things I'll explain you after doing the setting. See the material, please. See, creation of number ranges for document type SCA means general ledger document. Transaction code OBA 7. Now, so these are the document types which are already defined in the system, right? See the material, please. Click on position. This is called position button. Document type is equal to SCA. Document type is equal to SCA. Click on enter. Select the document type SCA. When you click on enter, the document type SCA is taken the first line. So select the document type SCA. Selecting means beside the document type SCA, you have one empty box, right? Click on that. That is turned into yellow. Means it is selected. Click on details button. See, document type SCA, number range number 01. This is called number range number. So in the system, for the document type SCA, 01 was assigned. Similarly, for the document type KR, 19 was assigned. See, for example, see, for KR, 19 was assigned. So that's why serial number we have taken 01 for SCA. So for SA type document, 01 was linked here. Okay. What is the use of the serial number? We will see. Now, observe the number range number 01 in the properties. Click on number range information. This is called number range information. Then company code is equal to 3366. Company code is equal to 3366. Click on change intervals. This is called change intervals. Then in your material, after clicking on change intervals, click on insert intervals button is there. It's not click on insert intervals. Click on insert line. Click on insert line. This is called insert line button. Click on insert line. Number is equal to 01. Number is equal to 01. Year is equal to 2017. Year is equal to 2017. Means these number ranges are applicable to the year 2017 only. So next year we have to use the new number ranges. For that, what we do is, at the end of every year, we perform some year closing activities. As a part of year closing activities, you copy the user copies the number ranges from the previous year. So how to copy the number ranges from the previous year, we will discuss as part of our year closing activities. Year is equal to 2017 from number 1 to number 1 lakh. From number 1 to number 1 lakh. Just like that, I am using 1 to 1 lakh in our class. Now, NR status. Look at the screen, everybody, please. NR status. NR means number range status. NR means number range. So NR status means number range status. With every document you post in the general ledger, the system automatically updates this field. Suppose if the user notices the NR status is 100, it means he can understand that 100 business transactions have been posted in the general ledger. That is the meaning of NR status. Then click on save. Click on save and click enter on the message. Now look at the screen. Here we have assigned the number ranges 1 to 1 lakh to the number range number 01. We have linked 1 to 1 lakh number range values to the number range number 01, right? And this number range number 01 was linked to SA type. So this 1 to 1 lakh is applicable to SA type document through number range number 01. That is the significance of the serial number. Clear? Now, let us discuss some other points. See, the standard system is delivered with the document types which can be used, changed or copied. Then, the document types are defined at a client level and are therefore valid for all the company codes. Then the number ranges for document types are defined at the company code level. So here you have to understand that client level means group level. So the document types are defined at a group level so that all the company codes of that group can use the document types. But the number ranges for document types are defined at the company code level. Means whenever an object is defined at a company code level, that object is specific to that company code only. What is this? Please put heading in the notes. I will explain you. Put heading in the notes. Note. Note. You can say note number 1. Note number 1. When an object is defined at a client level, when an object is defined at a client level, within brackets group level, that object can be used by all the company codes of the client. All the company codes of the client. Next, note number 2. When an object is defined at company code level, then that object is specific and available to that company code only. Means what? What is the advantage of this? Here, the document types are defined at client level. Means these are the document types are defined at a client level. So whenever you define an object at the client level, that can be used by all the company codes of the client. Client means here you have to understand as group. For example, we have ABC group. So in ABC group, you have 3 company codes: A company code, B company code, and C company code. In all the company codes, document type SA is same. Means in all the company codes, document type SA represents general ledger document only. Clear? But the number ranges for document types are defined at a company code level. Means, see, even though the document type SA is same in all the company codes, but in A company code, for the document type SA, 1 to 1 lakh is enough. But in B company code, 1 to 5 lakh is required. And in C company code, 1 to 10 lakhs is required. Because B company code is bigger than A company code and C company code is bigger than B company code. Even though the document type SA is same in all the company codes, but for same document type SA, we may have to have a separate number ranges in every individual company code, right? That is the advantage of this. So through it's a principle, you can remember that, right? When an object is defined at a client level, that object can be used by all the company codes of the client. When the object is defined at a company code level, that object is specific and available and applicable to that company code only. That is a rule you have to remember. Now, throughout our FI classes, we are going to define number of objects. In that case, how do we know which object is defined at a client level and which object is defined at a company code level? Very simple. I will tell you one more principle. Please remember that. Continue the notes. Next paragraph you can see. At the time of defining the objects, if the system asks for the company code, if the system does not ask for the company code while defining the object, if the system does not ask for the company code, then we can assume that the object is that object is created at a client level and it can be used by all the company codes of the client. But at the time of creating the object, if the system asks for the company code, then we can assume that that object is created at a company code level. In that case, that is applicable to that company code only. See here, look at the screen please everybody. Here I told you that we can define our own document types, right? Now one more principle in SAP is, in any screen, if you notice the new entries button, then you can assume that you can create that object on your own also. You can create your own objects also, right? Suppose in document types we have new entries, right? Means we can create our own document types. If you click on new entries, in this screen you provide some values for creation of document types. Nowhere it is asking for the company code. See, it's not asking. There is no company code field in this screen, right? Means this document type is created at the client level, so it can be used by all the company codes of the client. Now, at the time of defining the number range of a document type, see, it is asking for the company code. At the time of defining the number ranges for document type, it is asking for the company code. So whatever the numbers you are going to enter in the next screen will be applicable to this company code only. This is very important point we have to remember. Then one more point here is, see, every year we have to define the new number ranges. Means for that purpose we copy from the previous year number ranges. Then, for example, yes, exactly, Himasailaja. Sorry, Teja, you are right. Now, here, I got one doubt here. Like what? For SCA, we defined 1 to 1 lakh. This is for the total year. By September, total 1 lakh numbers are exhausted. You have posted total 1 lakh number of documents by 30th September. But still, there is 3 months more. So unless you don't have the number ranges, you cannot push the transaction. Then what to do? So that's why at the time of defining the number ranges itself, please remember, at the time of defining the number range itself, right, you keep the buffer, a sufficient buffer for each document type. For example, for SA, 1 to 1 lakh you have defined. Then for KR, you start with 1 lakh, you start with 10 lakhs 1 or 1 million 1. So whenever the number range is over, you can add from the leftover buffer. So this we have to follow everywhere. We can't help it. So this is the concept of document types and number ranges. So remaining things we will see on Monday. Monday means Indian day, Tuesday, USA day, Monday. USA day, Monday evening, Indian day, Tuesday morning. Akila, you have any questions? Okay. Anil? Okay. Sekar?
No, sir.
Okay. Gadi? We see if the buffer is also exhausted, right? You can use the number from the last number of your AF document type. In that case, your serial is disturbed, nothing else. Himasailaja, you have any questions? Himasailaja, any questions? Okay. Okay, Gadi. Manoj? Manoj? Roni? Okay. Srinivas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sunil?
Hello. Sir, I have doubt, sir.
Yeah, tell me, Srinivas, your voice is low. Can you come closer to the speaker? I'm sorry, mic.
Okay. Okay, sir. Sir, now is it clear?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Okay.
clear.
Sir, right. I have doubt with the chart of accounts. Sir, for a group company, we have two company codes. Hello. Hello.
No, one thing, call me Srinivas. Call me after the class.
Okay.
There is a lot of disturbance.
Right. Okay.
Sunil, any question? Yeah, I will send you, Roni. Sunil, you have any questions? Gadi, can you please mute yourself? Sunil, you have any questions? Sunil, I gave you one private message. Just look into that message. Teja, you have any questions? Okay. Okay, then see you on Monday, USA day, and Tuesday, Indian day. See, today we have to start. Sunil, can you please mute yourself?
Sir,
Yeah, Sunil.
sir, I'm Himsaila, sir.
Yeah, Himasailaja, tell me.
When I'm doing the practice of when I assign a company code to the company, it is showing an error message like it is showing the error message. The entry 2810 RJ does not exist in T8880. It is showing, sir.
1 second. I'm just logging into the system.
Okay.
You are assigning company code to company, right?
Yes, sir.
What's your company code?
2810.
2810. RJ Electronics, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is your company?
RJ Electronics, sir.
No. Company name. What is the identification you have given in the first step? If you press on F4,
F4. Not able to.
so your group is not there. You did not define the group.
Okay. Could you please show me it, sir?
How to create a group? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, SPRO, enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting, define company. So this is the first step in your material, Himasailaja. This one.
Yes, sir.
So you did not do this step, it seems. Straight away, you have gone to step number 1.2. Okay.
Okay.
So what?
No, sir. No, sir. I did that. 1.1 also I did. Sir.
And what is the identification? What is the identification you have given for the company?
RJ Group. I gave it as RJ Group.
That is company name. Company identification I am talking about.
2810 only, sir.
2810.
Yes, sir.
Then RJ Group, right?
Yeah.
City New York. Country US. Language EM. Currency USD. Click on save. See, it did not create. Otherwise, you might have forgotten. Right? So, if you have created, the system should have given this error message and entry already exists the same key.
Okay, 2810. Sir, I gave 2810 as the data. 2810 RJ I gave.
Okay. Let me check. 2810 RJ.
RJ Group.
This is also useful for others also, right? Sometimes you may get these errors because sometimes you might have forgotten to save the objects. This was also not there because it was saved now. The thing is, you might have forgotten. That's only the reason. You might have forgotten to save. You have given all the information, but you might have forgotten to click on save. That is the reason why it is not able to find it there. Now in the assignment, yeah, 1 second, I will show you. In assignment, now you can find it. So if you press on F4, you can see your company there now. See, 2810 RG group of companies, right? Then you can see here, just now you have created, no? That you can see here. In the previous case, you might have forgotten to click on save, nothing else.
Okay.
Here see 2810 RJ. Two companies we have created, no? These two companies we can see here. Yeah. Now, coming to the current topic. Jarisha, please mute yourself. I mean, Himasalicha. Yeah. See, definition of tolerance groups for GL accounts. So first I will explain the concept of tolerance groups for GL accounts. See, tolerance groups for GL accounts, setting the maximum limits equal to which or below which the differences in the balance sheet GL accounts are automatically taken to the profit and loss account or some predefined account like sundry balance or written off account. Again, I'm repeating, observe it carefully. setting the maximum limits equal to which or below which the differences in the balance sheet GL accounts are automatically taken to the profit and loss account or some predefined account like sundry balances written off account. Means so before going to understand the tolerance group for GL accounts, we have to understand one more concept, open items. Open means pending. Open items means pending items. So this pending item concept is applicable to vendor accounts, customer accounts, and some balance sheet GL accounts. So what is the concept of open items for vendor accounts? Open means pending items, I told you. So today we purchase a material from a vendor and he has given 30 days credit. So when do we make the payment to vendor on this invoice? On 30th day. So till you make the payment to vendor on this invoice, the system will display this purchase invoice in the red color, informing you that this invoice is pending for payment. That is called open item. Now, on 30th day, we have made the payment to vendor. Then the system will turn this red color invoice into green color. That is called cleared item. So I will show you the open item and cleared items relating to vendors in accounts payable. Then coming to open items to customer accounts. Today we sold some goods to a customer and we have given 15 days credit. So obviously the customer makes the payment on 15th day. So till you receive the payment from the customer on this invoice, the system will display this invoice in the red color again, which is called open item. So this is the information to the user that we have sold goods to the customer on this invoice and we have not yet received the payment. That invoice is pending for receipt. So open means basically pending. So when we receive the payment from the customer on 15th day, the system will turn that invoice into green color. That is called cleared item. So again, I will show you the open item and cleared item relating to customers in accounts receivables. At this point of time, we have to understand the concept of open items relating to GL accounts. So this concept of open item is not applicable to all the GL accounts. It is applicable to some of the balance sheet GL accounts. What are those balance sheet GL accounts? Outstanding expense account, outstanding incomes account, prepaid expense account, incomes received in advance account. So these are the 4 GL accounts to which this open item concept is applicable. Means what? Here, let me change the date. 10th October. Now, here we always follow the concept of accrual accounting. So what is the accrual concept of accounting? What is the accrual concept of accounting? Here, the main purpose of accounting system is to find the business results, right? So periodically, how much profit you have done, how much profit you have earned. That is the purpose of accounting system. So every month we want to find the profit. So how do we find the profit every month? We have to compare the revenues of the month with the expenses of that month. Then only we can find whether we have incurred profit or whether we have incurred loss. So in order, again I'm repeating, in order to find the profit in a particular month, we have to compare the revenues of that month with the expense of that month. Then only we can find profit or loss. But there are some expenses which are incurred in the current month but paid in the next month. There are some expenses which are incurred in the current month but paid in the next month. Now, for example, you take September. September rent is paid on 1st of October. October rent is paid on 1st of November. Similarly, let us assume that the salaries are paid on 1st of every month. In that case, salaries of October are paid on 1st of November and the salaries of November are paid on 1st of December and so on. Okay, let us assume that we are preparing P&L account as on 31st October 2017. So as on that 2017 31st October, we have incurred salaries, we have incurred rent, but as on 31st October, we did not pay. So when you are paying these expenses on 1st November, so when you pay these expenses in 1st November, if you account them on 1st November, what exactly it is meaning? The expenses of October are considered in the month of November. So in that case, if you prepare the P&L account for the month of October, it does not show correct picture of the profit because the expense related to October are accounted in the month of November. That's why as on 31st October, for these expenses which have been incurred but not paid, you post some entries. Those entries are called accrual entries. So we discuss again elaborately regarding this accrual entries at the end of the general ledger accounting. So here on 31st October 2017, I am preparing the P&L account and balance sheet. So there are some expenses which are incurred but not paid. Let us say rent, salaries and commission. So then we post the entry rent account debtor 10,000, salaries account debtor. No, here rent is incurred on 31st October, but it is not paid on 31st October. It is paid on 1st of November. So similarly, salaries were incurred. You have used the services of your employees, but as on 31st October, you did not pay salaries. They are paid on 1st of November. Means the salaries of October are paid on 1st of November and are accounted in the November. Then the salaries of October are not considered in the salaries of October in the month of October, right? That's why if you prepare a P&L account for October, it will not show correct picture of the profit. Clear, Sunil? Yeah. Now, so in order to recognize these expenses in the month of October itself, we post some entries. These entries are called accrual entries. Say rent account debtor 10,000. If you are paying some expenses of the current month, in the next month I am talking, right? Generally, you receive salaries on the 31st or 30th, right? Just to make you understand the concept, I have taken this example. So, we have incurred rent account, salaries account and commission account, but they are not paid as on 31st October. That's why we post one entry debiting rent account 10,000, salaries account 20,000, commission account 5,000. But did you pay them? No. So there is no concept of cash here. They are debited to outstanding expense account. So if you prepare the outstanding expense account, they are posted to the credit side of outstanding expense account. It seems that somebody has not muted. Anil, can you please mute yourself? Anil, can you please mute yourself? So by virtue of this entry, by rent 10,000, by salaries 20,000, by commission 5,000. So these three line items are posted to credit side. Did you pay these expenses? No, they are pending for payment now. So system will display these three line items in the red color, which is called open item. Clear? Now, on 1st October 2017, you have paid the above expenses. Then we debit outstanding expense account. Then to cash rent 10,000, to cash salaries 20,000, to cash commission 4,800. So according to this entry, if you post these items into the outstanding expense account, they are posted to the debit side. So to cash account rent, to cash salaries 20,000, to cash commission 4,800. And these items are paid items, right? So these items are displayed in green color, which is called cleared item. So this is the concept of open items and cleared items. Now, Again, on 30th November 2017, I am preparing the P&L account and balance sheet. Again, I am preparing the P&L account and balance sheet. In that case, you balance this outstanding expense account. On 30th November 2017, you balance this outstanding expense account. What is the total credit balance? What is the total credit side? 35,000. But the debit side is only 34,800. So there is a difference of 200 rupees. Let us assume the difference is in 100 rupees. This is the rupee account. Okay. So there is a difference of 200 rupees. Because the total credit is 35,000, but the total debit is only 34,800 rupees. So there is a difference of 200 rupees. Now, on 30th November 2017, we are preparing the P&L account and balance sheet. In that case, where do we display this 200 rupees difference? Whether in the P&L account or balance sheet? I hope everybody is clear with the question. I am not asking you the answer. What I mean to say is, well, did you understand the concept till now? If anybody wants, just put the message. I will explain again. Okay, perfect. So where do we display this difference of 200 rupees? Whether in the P&L account or balance sheet? It depends upon the reason of this difference. I will tell you two reasons. The person to whom you have provided a commission, actually you have provided a commission 5,000, but you paid only 4,800. That is the reason why there is a difference. So the person to whom you have provided commission, he came to our office on 1st November exactly at 4:55 evening time. Our closing hours are 5 o'clock. So by that time, the main cashier already has left the office and I am the junior cashier. And at that time, I have only 4,800 rupees. So the commission agent approached me. Then I said, sir, I am having only 4,800 rupees. And the main cashier also has left the office today. Something little bit early. So instead of coming for next day, right, you do one thing, take this 4,800 rupees, okay, and you collect the remaining 200 rupees when you come next time to our company. Obviously, it looks very logical. So the commission agent has agreed. So I have paid 4,800 rupees to him. So for this difference of 200 rupees, the commission agent did not turn up to our company till 30th November. He may come in future. But as on 30th November, he has not yet come to our company for collecting after 200 rupees. That's why still there is a balance of 200 rupees. If this is the reason for this 200 rupees, still there is a liability on our company to make the payment of this 200 rupees whenever the commission agent comes to office. If that is the reason, it is a liability. In that case, it has to be displayed on the liability side of the balance sheet. I hope it's clear for everybody. One more reason I will tell you. The person to whom you have provided commission, he said, sir, in this particular transaction, I am giving, in this particular transaction, please remember, in this particular transaction, I am giving a discount of 200 rupees. Then I felt very happy and I said, okay. So instead of 5,000, I paid only 4,800 rupees. This is the reason for this difference. If this is the reason for this difference, you need not pay, right? It is actually cash discount received. Means it is the revenue. In that case, this difference of 200 rupees is to be transferred to P&L account as revenue. Clear? So based upon the reason for this difference, you may have to transfer it to P&L account or balance sheet. So if you prepare the P&L account and balance sheet manually, as a human being, you know the reason for this difference. As an accountant, you know the reason for this difference. Based upon the reason, you can decide whether it has to be transferred to P&L account or balance sheet. But here, the system itself will prepare the P&L account and balance sheet in SAP. In that case, how the system knows that whether it has to be transferred to P&L account or balance sheet? For that, so how the system knows that whether this has to be transferred to P&L account or balance sheet. For that, we give the instruction to the system with the help of the tolerance groups for GL accounts. See what I've written here. Setting the maximum limits equal to which or below which the differences in the balance sheet GL accounts are automatically taken to the profit and loss account or some predefined account like sundry balance return of account. So exactly what we do is, in consultation with the accounts department, we set up the different tolerance groups. For each tolerance group, we set up the upper limit. And these upper limits, we cannot decide on our own. We have to take into consideration the requirements of the accounts department. For example, let us assume that we have defined 4 tolerance groups. Tolerance group A. It's not the miscellaneous receipts, right? Cash discount received or sundry balance return of account. Or you can also take it to miscellaneous accounts. Or you can also take it to miscellaneous receipts account. No issues. Based upon your requirement, it can be transferred to miscellaneous revenues account or miscellaneous expense accounts or cash discount received account or sundry balance return of account. Any account based upon your requirement, accounting requirement, you can take it. Now in this case, we have defined 4 tolerance groups. Group A 150, Group B 100, Group C 200, Group D 250. Now, if you assign, for example, if you assign tolerance group A in the outstanding expense account master record, at the time of creating the GL accounts, we assign the tolerance groups. Where do we assign? I will show you at the time of creating GL accounts in the general ledger accounting. No, miscellaneous expenses and sundry expenses are same, Chandrasekhar. And see the question posted by Chandrasekhar. Miscellaneous expenses and sundry expenses are same now, or there is any difference? No, both are same. Okay, Chandrasekhar. Now, Gadi. If we face 4,800 out of 500, 200 will be remains as open item only. Yes, exactly. Right, Gadi. So out of 5,000, he has paid only 4,800 rupees. In that case, 200 difference will be shown as open item. Now we are going to discuss how this open item is to be treated. So after creating this tolerance group A, we have assigned the tolerance group A in the outstanding expense account. Let us assume. Then what is the difference in the GL account? 200 rupees. And what is the upper limit of the tolerance group? 150. So in that case, the difference is more than the upper limit. Then the difference is transferred to balance sheet as liability. But if you assign tolerance group D, the difference is less than upper limit. In that case, the difference is transferred to P&L account as revenue. Let us come in the reverse way. It is the policy of the company that in any balance sheet GL account, if the difference is equal to 200 rupees or less than 200 rupees, straight away transfer it to P&L account. In that case, we assign either group C or group D in the outstanding expense account. Clear? That's how, with the help of the tolerance groups for the GL accounts, we can control whether the residual balances or the closing balances in this type of ledger accounts are to be transferred to P&L account or balance sheet. And anytime we can change the tolerance groups in the outstanding expense account. So this is the concept of tolerance groups for GL accounts. See, based on the requirements of the accounting department, we define different tolerance groups and we assign them in the respective GL account master records. Based on the limits specified in those tolerance limits, the differences in the GL account is automatically transferred to profit and loss account. Means if the difference in the GL account is less than the upper limit of the tolerance group, the difference is transferred to P&L account. If the difference is more than the upper limit of the tolerance group, then that is transferred to either balance sheet or, that is transferred to balance sheet, either onto the liability side or asset side based on the debit balance it is or credit balance it is. Then the limits are applied at account level, not for every transaction level in that GL account. Means the system will consider the difference in the total of the account, not for every transaction level. That system will consider the difference at the account level, not at the transaction level. Then a tolerance group can be assigned in any number of GL account master records. But a GL account master record can be assigned with only one tolerance group. The upper limits can be specified either for debit differences or for credit differences separately. Yeah, you cannot define the prepaid expenses. Prepaid expenses we will discuss in the accrual concept of accounting, right? It is little bit early to discuss this concept of prepaid expenses. We have the separate topic on this accrual expenses, deferral expenses later on. At that time, you can clearly understand. The upper limits can be specified either for debit differences or for credit differences separately. We can define upper limits either in terms of whole amounts or in terms of percentages or both. If both the terms are defined, the system will consider the lower of the two as upper limit and behaves accordingly. It's very, very crucial point. See, we can define the upper limits either in the terms of whole amounts or in terms of percentages or both. If both the terms are defined, the system will consider the lower of the two as upper limit and behaves accordingly. Means, for example, tolerance group A, 150 rupees. This is called whole amount, or we can specify the percentage like 1%. So you can define the upper limit either as whole amount or percentage or both. Suppose for tolerance group A, right, we have defined that the upper limit is 150 and 1%. Both the terms you have defined. So the system will apply 1% on the total of the account. So what is the total of the account? 35,000. 10,000 plus 20,000 plus 5,000, 35,000. On 35,000, 1% is 350. Out of these two figures, which one is lower? 150. So the system considers that the upper limit of the tolerance group is 150. Then the system compares the difference in the GL account with the tolerance group limit 150. So difference is more than 150 and that will be transferred to balance sheet. So this is the concept of tolerance group. And please remember, we can define any number of tolerance groups, and these upper limits we cannot decide on our own. We have to take into consideration the requirements of the management. Management means here we are accounts, finance and accounts department, right? So this is the concept of tolerance groups for GL accounts. I hope the concept is clear to everybody. If anybody wants any time, I will explain again. Any point, I will explain again. And see the material. SPRO, financial accounting. See the path please. Financial accounting, general ledger accounting, business transactions, open item clearing, clearing differences, define tolerance groups for GL accounts. Transaction code is not there. Add the transaction code. OBA 0. Transaction code OBA 0. See here, if you know the path, we can find the transaction code. Did I tell you this technique in the class? If you know the path, we can find the transaction code. Did I tell you this technique in the path? How to Okay, I will tell you. First, let us do the step, then again I will tell you. Continue. Transaction code OBA0. Transaction code OBA0. Click on new entries and don't write. First, look at the screen. I want to define the tolerance group AB like this, right? How to define? First, just look at the screen. Company code 3366, right? Tolerance group A. Please don't write. Tolerance group A. Description upper limit 100. Then see tolerances for groups of GL accounts in local currency. Debit posting 100, credit posting 100. If you want to define percentage also, you can define the percentages here. Click on save. Then I want to define B again. Click on next entry button. Company code 3366. Tolerance group B. Upper limit 150. Debit posting 150. Credit posting 150. Again, if you want to define any percentage, that percentage can be defined here. Click on save. Click on next entry button. Company code 3366. Tolerance group C. Here you can use up to 4 characters. For each tolerance group, you can use up to 4 characters ID. Just like that, I'm using single character. So in that way, you can define any number of tolerance groups, right? Now continue in the material. Now you can write in the material. Company code is equal to 3366. Company code is equal to 3366. Tolerance group blank means keep that field blank. Don't write anything there. I will tell you what is this and why is this. Tolerance group is equal to blank means keep that field as blank. Then name is equal to blank tolerance group for 3366. Blank tolerance group for 3366. Now something is missing there. Write down. Debit posting is equal to 1000. These 2 fields are missing there. Debit posting is equal to 1000. Credit posting is 1000. Debit posting is equal to 1000. Credit posting is 1000. Click on save. Now, what is the blank tolerance group, right? Here you have some space, no? Please write down here itself. The blank tolerance group is also called the blank tolerance group is also called the blank tolerance group is also called null tolerance group. Null, N-U-L-L, null tolerance group. The blank tolerance group is applicable to all the GL accounts. The blank tolerance group is applicable to all the GL accounts which are not assigned with any tolerance group. Means, suppose for example, you did not assign any tolerance group in the GL account. So in that case, the values of this tolerance group are applicable. So in addition to required number of tolerance groups, Generally, we also define the blank tolerance group in the implementation. Now, the next one is tolerance groups for employees. This we will see in tomorrow's class. But before that, here, for example, see, for the step number 7.1, tolerance groups for GL accounts, I have given the path, but I did not give the transaction code. I told you, for every screen, there is a path and there is a transaction code. So I have given only path, but I did not give the transaction code. In that case, actually transaction code is OBH0. I told you to write the transaction code, right? OBH0. So if you know the path, we can find the transaction code. How to do that? Please write down the notes. Put heading note. If the path is given, we can find the transaction code. If the path is given, we can find the transaction code. For example, to find the transaction code, for definition of tolerance groups, for GL accounts. Procedure. Execute the path. For definition of tolerance groups. Execute the path for definition of tolerance groups. Like, write the path. SPRO, financial accounting, general ledger accounting, SPRO, financial accounting, general ledger accounting, business transactions, open item clearing, clearing differences, define tolerance groups for GL accounts. Means first you have to execute this path. Define tolerance groups for GL accounts. So here also I am executing the path. SPRO, financial accounting, general ledger accounting, business transactions, open item clearing, clearing differences. So you came to the last line in the path. So you have to come to the last line in the path. Define tolerance groups for GL accounts. Okay. Now continue. Go to menu. Additional information. Additional information. Again, additional information. Additional information 2 times. Go to menu, additional information. Again, additional information. Display key, IMG activity. Display key, IMG activity. Again, I'm repeating, just look at the screen. After coming to the last line in the path, go to menu, additional information. Again, additional information. Then display key, IMG activity. So when you click on like that, the system will add something for every line, right? Now keep the cursor against the activity. Keep the cursor against the activity for which the transaction code is required. For which the transaction code is required. Look at the screen. Here, define tolerance rules for GL accounts. For this only, I require transaction code, right? Keep the cursor here. The last four letters is transaction codes. The last four letters is the transaction code. Look at the screen. The last four letters means in this case OBA 0. That's why I told you the transaction code is OBA 0. Continue. This procedure is applicable only in IMG screen. Only in IMG screen. This is one technique, right? Now, Anil has posted one question. Suppose if the tolerance range is lower than the open items at the time, how it shows, for example, you are defining GL tolerance group 400, 500, 600, 700. Okay. But actually the open item will be 2000. See, if the open item is more than the upper limit, that will be transferred to balance sheet. If the difference in the GL account is more than the upper limit, that is the open item is more than the upper limit of the tolerance group, Anil, that will be transferred to balance sheet. If it is the credit balance, it will be transferred to liability side. If it is the debit balance, that will be transferred to assets. Okay, all right. Now, Akila, you have any questions? Okay, Anil. By tomorrow, our basic settings will be over. From day after tomorrow, we start general ledger accounting. Chandrasekhar, okay, Teja, okay, Gadilingam. Any questions?
Sir, I have a question.
Tell me.
In the account groups, you have told that it controls the fields.
Yes.
Will it controls?
Yes.
Like only field status of groups only will control, right?
No. See, the field status for master records. There are two types of field status in SAP. Field status for document entry, field status for master records. Field status for master records is controlled by account groups. Field status for document entry is controlled by field status variant. But how the account groups control the field status for GL master records? I did not explain you this concept. This I will show you at the end of the general ledger accounting. Then only you can easily understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
And sir, while practicing, server is disconnecting. It's suddenly lagging out.
See, if you keep the server 10 minutes idle, right, without doing any practice,
Sir, no, to post all this GL accounts and all, it will take minimum 5. If you practice continuously, also it will be breaking.
no, actually there may be a problem with your internet because since 1 hour we have been doing the class now in the same server. See, it's not disconnecting.
Okay.
Maybe problem sometimes from the internet.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Himasailaja, you have any questions? Okay. Khalid, any questions?
No, sir. I'm fine.
Yeah. Manoj,
Yeah, I'm good.
yeah, I have seen your mail, Manoj. I will do it.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Roni, any questions? Okay. Srinivas,
So, how we consolidate two company codes?
this we will discuss later on. It's a separate module. Consolidation is totally a module. It cannot be explained now, right? It takes another 30 days to explain the consolidation. At this point of time, don't go for the consolidation.
Okay.
So actually, it is the part of enterprise control. There is one more module, enterprise control. So the consolidation is a separate submodule in the consolidation, in the enterprise control. Lot of settings are to be done for the consolidation. That's why I told you, Anil, right? Don't do the practice while I am explaining the class. Not only for Anil. It's my request to everybody is don't do the practice simultaneously with me in the class. Don't do the practice simultaneously with me in the class. First listen to the explanation. Once the class is over, then you can do the practice. I will tell you. See the message posted by Anil. Whenever I open some screens, it shows the screen is locked by Lakshman. I will tell you why it is coming and how it can be resolved. Before that, Sunil, you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. See, here we have opened the screen tolerance group for GL accounts, right? Now, I'm trying to open one more screen. I'm trying to open the same screen again. Already we have opened tolerance groups for GL accounts. Again, I'm trying to open the same screen. Let us see what happens. This is the message you are getting, Anil, right? Here, what happens is when several users are trying to access the same screen, the system will give the access to the screen to the first user only. For the subsequent users, I request everybody to mute yourselves because I'm getting a lot of disturbance. Not only me, others also feel disturbance in the class. Sunil, can you please mute yourself? Sunil, can you please mute yourself? Yeah, thank you. So this screen is displayed to the subsequent user. When several users or multiple users are trying to access the same screen, the system will give the access to the screen only for the first user. For the subsequent user, the system will give this message. So the dot is locked by user Lakshman and can be displayed only. Do you want to display locked data? If you click on yes, you don't have the new entries button. See? So you don't do anything. You can only display the data. In that case, you have to unlock the screens. Right? So how to unlock the screens? Right now, again, go back to notes. Put heading note. When the message when the message within inverted commas, write down this. The data is locked by user. The data is locked by user so and so. Means the data is locked by so and so, so and so. Write some hyphens there. And can be displayed only. And can be displayed only. And can be displayed only. Inverted commas closed. Is shown by the system. Is shown by the system. We have to unlock the screen. We have to unlock the screen. Procedure. Procedure. Click yes on the message. Click yes on the message. Click yes on the message. Go to the transaction code SM12. Go to the transaction code SM12. Username is equal to. Username is equal to. Username is equal to. Enter the name of the user. Enter the name of the user by whom. Enter the name of the user by whom the screen was locked. By whom the screen was locked. Means, for example, you got the message that the screen was locked by Tafik, right? In that case, in the SM12 transaction code, you have to enter that username. Suppose if you get the message that the screen was locked by Manoj, in that case, in the username field, you have to enter the Manoj. Okay? Now continue. Go to menu lock entry list. Go to menu lock entry list. So this is the menu bar, lock entry list. Again write down. Go to menu lock entry, delete all. Go to menu lock entry, delete all. Go to menu lock entry, delete all. Delete lock entries? Yes. Click yes on the message. Click yes on the message. Continue. Close the performance assistant screen. Close the performance assistant screen. Close the performance assistant screen. See, look at the screen. This screen is called performance assistant, right? You close this screen. Click on this, right? Now you will be able to access the screen now. So this happens when multiple users are trying to access the same screen, but it does not happen in the real time, because in the real time, based on the roles of the users, the respective screens are given to access to the users. But in the training class, number of students are accessing the same server, right? And they may be practicing simultaneously. That is the reason why for the first user, the system will give the access of the screen. For the second user, it gives this message. In that case, you have to execute transaction code SM12 and you have to follow the procedure. I hope everything is clear for today. Okay then. See you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day.
So I have a doubt, sir.
Okay. Can we discuss this note at the end of the class?
Sure, okay, sir.
Okay. So, today we have to look into step number 7.2 in the basic settings. Define tolerance groups for employees. So first I will explain the concept of tolerance groups for employees. Just 1 second, let me close all other materials. See, actually, with the help of the tolerance groups for employees, we can control the posting activities of the employees in the finance and accounts department. We can control the posting activities of employees in the finance and accounts department. So, what are the tolerance groups for employees? Setting the maximum limits for the posting procedures of employees. Posting procedures means posting activities. So what are the posting activities? So here, as far as postings are concerned, the lower level employee has to do some postings. So for each posting, we set up the upper limit. So what are the posting activities? Number one, the amount of document an employee can post in GL accounts, vendor accounts, customer accounts, and asset accounts. Means you take any employee. As far as postings are concerned, they have to post a business transaction either in the GL accounts or vendor accounts or customer accounts or asset accounts. So this is one posting activity. So actually what we do is we define number of tolerance groups, like for example say group A, group B, group C, group D. So under every tolerance group, you set up the upper limit for all the 4 posting activities. So the first posting activity is the amount of document means business transaction. The amount of document an employee can post in GL accounts, vendor accounts, customer accounts, and asset accounts. For that activity, you set up this upper limit of 1 lakh under group A, 2 lakhs under group B, 3 lakhs under group C, 4 lakhs under group D. You can define any number of tolerance groups again. Now, second posting activity, the amount of open item he can deal with. Open item means the pending purchase invoice and the pending sales invoice. So on the pending purchase invoice, you make the payment to vendor, and on the pending sales invoice, you receive the payment from the customer. So whether you receive the payment from the customer and whether you make the payment to vendor, that is to be posted by the employee only, no? That is called dealing with the open item. So for that activity, you set up the upper limit like this. Under group A, 1,50,000. Under group B, 2,50,000. Under group C, 3,50,000. Under group D, 5 lakhs. Now, the third posting activity. The amount or percentage of cash discount he can offer or post. Means here, you receive the cash discount and you pay the cash discount. Suppose, for example, when you make the payment to vendor in a stipulated time, suppose one vendor is there, and he said, if we make the payment in 1 month, he will give us 3% cash discount. So we have done the payment to vendor in 1 month itself. So we have to get the 3% cash discount. This is called cash discount received. So this cash discount received is also to be posted by the employee only. And sometimes you may have to give the cash discount to customers. Suppose one customer is there, while selling the goods to him, we said that if he makes the payment in 15 days, we will give him 2% cash discount. So the customer has done the payment in 15 days. So we have to give the cash discount to him. This is called cash discount paid. So this cash discount paid is also to be posted by the employee only. So whether it's a cash discount received or cash discount paid, that is to be posted by the employee only. So for that activity, you set up the upper limit like this again. Under group A, 0%. Under group B, 1%. Under group C, 2%. Under group D, 5%. Then fourth posting activity. The amount of the payment difference he can accept. So what is the payment difference here basically? For example, one customer is there. For him, we sold goods worth of $10,000. And today, he has made the payment of $8,000, saying that the remaining $2,000 he will pay later on. So this $2,000 is called basically payment difference. So again, this payment difference is to be posted by the employee only. So up to how much payment difference he can accept? Under Group A, 1,000. Under Group B, 2,000. Under Group C, 4,000. Under Group D, 5,000. Like that. For all the four posting these are only the four posting activities. For all the four posting activities, under each group, you set up the upper limits like this. And these upper limits, we cannot decide on our own. We have to take into consideration the requirements of the finance and accounts department. Now, there are some employees who are concerned with our finance and accounts department. Let us say Group 1. Under Group 1, we have junior accountant, junior cashier, and accountant. Then under Group 2, we have the accounts officer, senior accounts officer. Under Group 3, we have manager finance and senior manager finance. Then under Group 4, we have GM finance and director finance. So these are the employees who are concerned with the finance and accounts department. Okay. Now, for every employee, the user IDs are created and given by basis consultants, right? Now, after creating these tolerance groups, the FI consultant will assign the required tolerance groups to the required employee user IDs. As a result, the upper limits of those tolerance groups are automatically applicable to these employees. For example, Group A is assigned to Group 1 employee user IDs. Group B is assigned to the user IDs of accounts officer and senior accounts officer, Group 2 employees. Group C is assigned to user IDs of the Group 3 employees. And Group D is assigned to user IDs of these employees. Okay. Now, as a result, the limits are applicable to the respective employees as far as postings are concerned. Means, here, when the Group A is assigned to user IDs of Group 1 employees, either the junior accountant or junior cashier or accountant can post a business transaction in the GL accounts, vendor accounts, customer accounts, and asset accounts up to an amount of 1 lakh. Up to an amount of 1 lakh. Then, junior accountant, junior cashier, and accountant can post either payment made to vendor or payment received from the customer up to an amount of 1,50,000. And these employees, junior accountant, junior cashier, accountant, cannot post any cash discount paid or any cash discount received because their allowable percentage is 0%. And these people can post the payment received up to a payment difference of 1,000. So like that, these limits are applicable to these employees, and these are applicable to these employees, and these are applicable to these employees. Now, always the postings are to be done by the lower level employee only, right? Now, today we received one material. We purchased some material from a vendor and whose invoice amount is So today we purchased some raw material from a vendor and whose invoice amount is $3,75,000. So this purchase invoice is to be posted by the user in the vendor accounts. So by whom this 3,75,000 purchase invoice is to be posted according to tolerance limits? Group D tolerance group, right? So 3,75,000 is below 4 lakhs. That is Group D tolerance group. The Group D tolerance group is assigned to GM finance and director finance. So technically speaking, this purchase invoice of 3,75,000 is to be posted by the either GM finance, general manager finance, or director finance. And GM finance and director finance will enter the business transactions to accounting system? No and never. Whatever may be the amount of business transaction, they are to be posted by the lower level employee only. In our case, whatever may be the amount of business transaction, it has to be posted by either junior accountant or junior cashier or accountant. But what is their allowable limit? Only 1 lakh. But the amount of the business transaction is 3,75,000. Technically speaking, they cannot post. But still, it has to be posted by these people only. That's why, suppose junior accountant is going to post that purchase invoice, right? So in order to post that purchase invoice of 3,75,000, this junior accountant has to get the approval either from GM Finance or Director Finance. The junior accountant has to get the approval either from GM Finance or Director Finance. So for that purpose, this junior accountant will enter this invoice into SAP system. Then he will keep it pending for posting. Then the GM Finance will access that document and he will push one button. Then it is automatically posted. This process is called parking and releasing. So how to park a business transaction and how it is released by the next higher level employee, that we will discuss in the general ledger accounting. So at this point of time, what you have to understand is what is the concept of tolerance groups for employees and how the employee postings are controlled by tolerance groups. This is the concept of tolerance groups for employees. I hope it's clear to everybody. And we can define any number of tolerance groups. Just in our example, I have given only 4 tolerance groups. And see the material. Path is same as above. Transaction code is not there. Transaction code OBF4. For step number 7.2, transaction code OBF4. So first let us log in. SPRO, Financial Accounting, General Ledger Accounting, Business Transactions, Open Item Clearing, Clearing Differences, Define Tolerance Groups for Employees. Click on New Entries. Don't write now, just look at the screen. Suppose if you want to define the tolerance groups as per our example, right? Group is equal to A. See, upper limits for posting procedures. Amount per document, 1 lakh, first limit. Amount per open item account item, 1,50,000. Cash discount per line item, 0%. Permitted payment differences, 1,000, again 1,000. Click on Save. Click on Next Entry button. Enter the group B, give your company code and enter the upper limits of respect to tolerance group. Click on Save. Again click on Next Entry button. Like that, in that way, you can create any number of tolerance groups. Right? Now continue. Group is equal to, now you can write in the material. Group is equal to blank, means keep it blank. Company code is equal to 4466. I'm sorry, 3366. Company code is equal to 3366. Then upper limits for posting procedures. Amount per document is equal to, give some 10 or 9 nines. I will tell you why. So maximum amount you give, amount per document, give some 9 nines or 10 nines. Then amount per open account item, again you enter some 10 or 9 nines. Cash discount per line item, 5%. Click on Save. So why I have given this much amount? Because in the next step, this blank tolerance group we are going to assign to our user ID. So from general ledger accounting onwards, you start doing the postings. At the time of postings, you have to give the amount columns. So in that case, you can post the amount up to this amount. You can use the amount columns up to this amount. Suppose if you assign group A to your user ID, then what happens? You have to remember those upper limits. Every time when you are posting a transaction or when you are doing the practice, we have to remember those transactions. Sorry, we have to remember those upper limits. In order to avoid that, I told you to give some little big amount. Okay. Click on save. See the next step. Assign users to tolerance groups. I told you, no, the tolerance groups are to be assigned to users. Path is same as above. Transaction code is not there. Transaction code OB57. Transaction code OB57. Click on new entries. Username. I have given the username to every one of you, right? So you enter that username only. Here in this server, my username is Lakshman. So in your practice, you have to enter your username. So write your username there. Tolerance group blank. Click on save. See the error message. An entry already exists with the same key, because for the Lakshman user ID, already blank tolerance group was assigned, because I have nearly 6 batches in this server. So for every batch, in order to log on to the server, I use the same user ID Lakshman. So for the previous batch, I already assigned the blank tolerance group to the Lakshman user ID. But in your case, you don't get any error, because this is the first time you are assigning the user ID. Sorry, this is the first time you are assigning that blank tolerance group to your user ID. But at the time of doing the practice for the second company code, you get the error. Now, see the next step and last step in the basic settings. Global parameters. First, let us do the step, then again I will explain. Okay. Transaction code is OBY6. Transaction code is OBY6. Click on position. Company code is equal to 3366. Click on enter. See, our company code has been taken in the first line. Then select the company code 3366. Select 3366 company code. Click on details button. This is called details button. So in this screen, till now, since 2 weeks are like that, we have defined number of settings, and some settings we have assigned to company code, right? Means we have defined and some objects, and those objects we have assigned to company code. And these objects we can see in this particular screen. See, our company code is 3366. Our company code country is equal to US. Our currency is US dollar. Then language is equal to English. Then we have defined the chart of accounts and assigned the chart of accounts to company code, right? See here. This is our chart of accounts. We have defined the company and we assigned the company code to company, right? You can see that here. And we have defined the fiscal year variant and assigned the fiscal year variant to company code. This you can see here. You defined the field status variant and assigned to company code. This is there. We have defined the posting period variant and assigned company code to posting period variant. See. So all these objects we can display here. In addition to this, right, according to our material, select business area financial statements, select proposed fiscal year, select define default value date, select negative postings permitted. So for every company code, even the real time also, we have to select these 4 checkboxes minimum to minimum. So these are called checkboxes, right? So we have to select these 4 checkboxes compulsory, and other checkboxes we select based on your client requirement. Click on save. Now, what is the impact of selecting these 4 checkboxes? Go back to notes, please. Put heading global parameters. Global parameters. The settings done in this activity, are applicable to the company code as a whole. Number one, business area financial statements. Under that, number one, subheading, business area financial statements. Just give me 1 minute. Yes, I am back. Now, business first heading is exactly. So, see the question posted by Teja. These are she has posted one question regarding tolerance groups for employees. So these are control procedures to avoid any fraud or misrepresentation. Yes, absolutely right. Right. So if any wrong postings are done, right, the person who has approved that wrong posting is responsible. That's what I told you. Using the tolerance groups for employees, we can control the posting activities of the employees. That is the main purpose. You are absolutely right. Now, coming to this, put heading business area financial statements. By selecting this indicator, the system allows the user to generate the business area financial statements. Means here, if you want the system to generate the financial statements according to business areas, compulsorily we have to select this indicator. Suppose if you don't select this indicator, the system maintains the business transactions according to business areas in the database. No worries about it. But the thing is, it will not allow us to generate the statements according to business areas. So even though data is maintained in the database according to business areas, unless you select this indicator, system will not allow us to generate the statements. That is the impact of selecting this business area financial statements. Then number 2, propose fiscal year. By selecting this indicator, the system automatically defaults the current fiscal year. at the time of posting the transactions. Sorry, at the time of displaying the documents. I am sorry. Again, I am repeating. By selecting this indicator, the system automatically defaults the current fiscal year at the time of displaying the documents. At the time of displaying the documents. This I will show you after posting and displaying the documents. Next, number 3. Define default value date. Define default value date. By selecting this indicator, the system automatically defaults. The system automatically defaults the current date. The system automatically defaults the current date within brackets system date as value date. This also I will show you at the time of posting the transactions. Now, number 4. Negative postings permitted. Negative postings permitted. By selecting this indicator, number 4, negative postings permitted. By selecting this indicator, we can use the reversal function. We can use the reversal function to rectify wrong postings. So, how the documents are reversed, how the business transactions are reversed, and how many number of reversals are there in SAP. All these things we will discuss in general ledger accounting. But here, sometimes what happens is, the user may post some wrong business transactions. He may post wrong journal entries, he may post wrong debits or wrong credits, like that. So in order to correct those wrong postings, sometimes you have to reverse. So if you want to reverse the wrong documents to rectify them, here compulsorily we have to select negative postings permitted. So these are the 4 checkboxes that are to be selected for every company code, even in the real time also. Now, what about other checkboxes? I told you they are selected based on the client requirement. Okay, you know client requirement, that's fine. But how do we know which field meets that requirement? I hope everybody is getting my point. Suppose, for example, discount basis net value is there. So, in which scenario or in order to meet which requirement of your client, we should use this discount basis net value? For that, we should understand the impact of selecting this discount basis net value. But I did not explain you in the class. Then here, it is not possible to explain you every field in the class. But while doing the practice, you can explore the impact of these fields, not only in this screen, anywhere. Suppose I want to know what is the impact of selecting this discount basis net value. In that case, just keep the cursor there, right? Then press F1 function key. F1. So then the system will tell you the purpose of that checkbox. But at the beginning stages, you will not be able to understand what is the impact, right? But once you start doing the practice, at least for 1 month or 1.5 months, then only you start understanding these help documents. See here, indicator, discount base amount is net value. Indicator, with the effect that the sales tax is not contained in the base amount of discount calculation. This is the indicator with the effect that the sales tax is not contained in the base amount for discount calculation. Means what? Let us take one example. See, today we sold some goods to a customer, right? This is the invoice we have prepared. Base amount is equal to $1,000. So base amount $1,000 means this is the price of your goods. So this base price includes your cost of production plus profit. Nobody knows what is your cost of production, what is your profit. Okay. So that is the meaning of base amount or base price. Let us say base price. Now, on the base price, we are charging sales tax 10%. So sales tax is to be added. It's not included in your price. So add sales tax at 10%. So 10% on $1,000 means $100. Then total invoice amount $1,100. Okay. Now, so this is the invoice amount we sent to customer. Now we said to the customer, if he makes the payment in 20 days, we will give him 3% cash discount. Now, when the customer has made the payment on 20th day, now we have to give the cash discount to the customer. So here we give the cash discount to the customer either on base price or invoice price. We give the cash discount to the customer either on the base price or invoice price. Please remember, always we give the cash discount to the customer on the base price. Because here, out of this 1100 sales invoice amount, $100 is not your revenue. This you are collecting from the customer on behalf of your sales tax department. This $100 you are collecting from the customer on behalf of sales tax department means next month you have to deposit this sales tax to the sales tax government, to the sales tax department. This $100 is not our revenue. This $100 is not going into your pocket as such. Only $1,000 is going into your pocket. So this is actually, logically speaking, whatever the cash discount you give to the customer is to be calculated on this $1,000 only. So in that case, if you select this indicator, the system calculates the cash discount on $1,000, not on sales tax. That is the impact if you select this indicator with the effect that the sales tax is not contained in the base amount for discount calculation. Sales tax is not contained in the base amount for discount calculation. Base amount means the amount on which discount is calculated. That's how you have to understand, right? So with this, our basic settings are over. Now we have to start general ledger accounting. So this general ledger accounting, I did not send you the material yet. So today, along with the recording, I will send you the general ledger accounting material, okay? And take the printout and make it ready for the tomorrow's class. Akila, you have any questions? Okay. Anil. Okay. Chandrasekhar. Gadi. Yeah, Chandrasekhar, tell me, any questions? Oh, okay, okay. Gadi. Okay. Then Himasailaja. Himasailaja, you do one thing. Please change your name. Once you log into the meeting, you can change your name like this. Here in the GoToMeeting interface, right? On the top of this GoToMeeting interface, you will have one GoToMeeting downward arrow, right? So if you click on this downward arrow, you get one option, edit your name and email, right? Click on downward arrow, then the first option. By clicking on the first option, you can change your name, right? Now, any questions now? Himasailaja? Khalid? Khalid.
No, sir.
Okay. Manoj?
I'm fine.
Okay. Roni? Okay. Srinivas?
Sir, hello.
Yeah, tell me, Srinivas.
Sir, in OB4, what is the meaning of document per line item and open item? One second.
Document per line item means, see, amount per document means amount of the business transaction you are posting. Amount per document means amount of the business transaction you are posting in a document, including all debits and credits. Then amount of operator means pending purchase invoice and pending sales invoice. On the pending purchase invoice, you make the payment to vendor, and on the pending sales invoice, you receive the payment from the customer. In that case, whether it is the payment paid or payment received is to be posted by the employee only, no? That is called dealing with open item. Clear, Srinivas, or not?
Sir, if I give amount per document 1 lakh, so I can't post more than 1 lakh.
Exactly.
Okay.
You are right.
And like that, the open item, amount per open item, if I give here as a 1 lakh, so I can't keep open item more than 1 lakh.
You cannot do.
I can't maintain open item more than 1 lakh.
Not maintain open item. See, if you give the 1 lakh there, you cannot post payment to vendor more than 1 lakh. You cannot post receipt from customer more than 1 lakh. You can maintain any amount of open item, but you cannot post it. You cannot post
more than 1.
Yes. You cannot post receipt of sales invoice amount and payment of purchase invoice amount to vendor. You cannot post more than that amount, not maintaining.
Okay, sir. Clear.
Then Sunil, any questions? Then Teja, tell me, what's your question?
Yes, sir. On the tolerance level for GL accounts, I'm not sure I follow that because do we do it in realistic scenario for all the companies?
Sorry?
And the open tolerance for open items, setting up tolerance level for open items.
Yes.
When there are any open items.
You are talking about tolerance?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So, if there are any open items, what businesses do is they do clear it. No, then why do we need the tolerance level? I'm not understanding that. Even if there are small differences, that will go to miscellaneous receipts of payment only. No, why should it automatically go to P&L?
Do one thing. I think yesterday recording I did not send you. It seems.
Yeah.
Right. I will send the recording today. Right? I've forgotten actually to include your name in this mail group. So I will include you today. So from today onwards, I will send you all the recordings, and the previous recordings also I will send you. Okay. So please listen to yesterday's recording. then you can clearly
Okay.
understand what exactly is the GL account tolerance groups. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Because
Sir,
again,
one more
it takes around
question.
30 minutes to explain you all this process. That
Okay, okay. So, we are talking about setting up a tolerance group for employees.
okay.
So, is this for how long it is set up? It is permanent setting at the
Yes,
when
it's
we
a
do the
permanent
SAP
setting.
setup.
It's a permanent setting, and generally
Uh-huh.
it's a permanent setting. But any point of
Okay,
time, you can edit them.
okay. But they will have to reach out to the SAP consultants to do all the changes, setting changes,
No,
no?
not like that. What happens is there is one more user, super users. Super user,
Okay,
principal users. So they are nothing but
okay.
FI team leaders,
Uh-huh.
right? So they have the authorization to IMG screen. Okay,
Okay,
so they can change, but not the employee himself. Because
okay,
once the
okay.
implement is over, for everything we cannot ask consultant because using the consultant services are very expensive,
Hmm.
right? That's why
Okay,
generally once the implementation is over, right, or during the phase of implementation, the consultant will provide the training to the end users. End
hmm.
user means here principal users or the key users.
Okay,
So these principal users are as good as consultants as far
okay,
as the level of knowledge is concerned of their respective modules. Okay, so these
okay.
people can do the can edit the settings. For example, see, I want to change my tolerance group blank, right? OBA
Hmm.
4. You go to your OBA 4, click on position, you give your company code 3366, then select this company code, then click on details. So you can change it. You cannot change the currency, company code, and group name. You can change the amount limits.
Okay,
Clear?
okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay then. See you tomorrow same time. Good night and good day.